This meeting being Tuesday, December 22nd, 2020 at now 6:34 is being called to order and will be conducted by audio or video without a physically present quorum of the Township Board because of the previously detailed disaster declaration that has been previously specified. Township Supervisor determined in-person meeting was not practical or prudent because of the disaster. Alternative arrangements have been made for public access, which you would have gotten from Rich to get into this meeting. The meeting will also be audio or video recorded and made available to the public as provided by law. So, Viesha, can you call the roll for that, please? Nathan?
Supervisor Moraes,
Here.
Trustee Sweeney,
Here.
Trustee McKenzie,
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
I don't see Trustee Carabota yet, right?
All right, so for right now, he's absent. I'm sure he'll be joining us.
I'm working on Road and Bridge, Claire. So
Okay, so I did through,
Yeah.
so you know, I did through the AT&T bill or check number 21632. So if you want, you could start at 21633. And I did GA. Do you guys want me to do the payroll?
sure.
Great, I'll
Yeah.
do that. I'll start
Okay,
on town fund.
We overlapped in Road and Bridge then. So you did Road and Bridge up through 216332.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Okay.
already did it.
Oh, that's fine. No, I got like partway down, so I'm not quite. I'm almost done. That's perfect. I just know where to start. That's
Yeah.
great.
Okay.
I'll finish I'll do Road and Bridge then.
Okay.
I have a problem with, I've never had this happen at my end. I can't see you guys. I can hear you, but I can't see you. And this
Oh,
has never happened before on Zoom. So I don't know if I have to log out and log back in because I have never
All
had
right,
this happen.
Susan, let me try to help you.
You can do something because this is, I don't know if something,
What are you using? Are you using a laptop?
yes,
Okay.
but
What
I've used it
kind of
before.
laptop?
And
I
I,
mean, is it a Mac or is it
it's a Mac.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I mean, do you have the bars on the upper right-hand corner where it will say those three dots? Do you have that? Of your square of where you are.
I mean, no, just the date. It's weird. A few minutes ago when I did it, it said I had to launch again, which was fine. I stayed on with you and launched. Now it's got this like Zoom, new to working from home. Here are some tips to help you. And I'm like, why is this
Oh,
on?
you gotta, okay. Have you?
I've never had that
upgraded?
happen.
All right, okay.
Let me see if I can just go back on
Yeah, you
Zoom.
might not have upgraded to the 5.0. I mean,
Camera's not working. I'm gonna hit this.
okay. Oh,
Let's
your
get it
camera's
fixed.
broken. Is your light on? Did you hit
Make
it
sure
by
all of the
mistake?
programs that utilize cameras such as photo booth and
You-
FaceTime are
let's see.
closed. Restart your computer.
I know what you did. Okay, Susan, is your camera at the top of your computer? Where
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
is your light showing or is
Yes.
it? It is?
Yes.
That's weird.
I am being videotaped or whatever, so.
No, I mean, you would be able to.
Let me look at the bottom. Let me see it. Okay, I did it. I did it. I don't know why that, usually you can do it at the top, but it was at the bottom. So I'm good.
Yeah,
Yay.
okay. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I think by the time Dave gets here,
So
you'll
it
have
doesn't
done it
go
all.
off.
Yeah, that's, well, half the time my audio goes off in the middle, so. All right, and there he is, attorney for Matthew Loving. Oh, he did what I did earlier. Hi, Dave. Dave?
Hello, hello.
Hi, I just want to let you know that your login, you probably were in court earlier, shows the name of your client.
Oh.
I
I
did the same thing, so you may want to like change it. You know how to do that, right?
Yes, I will.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you, thank you.
So they've already, you guys catch them up on.
We got, Dave, we got GA and Town Fund covered by Claire and I. So if you guys, you and Kim want to do, excuse me, GA and Road and Bridge. If you want to start with Town Fund, you
Yeah.
and Kim. I don't know what, I don't know if Kim did any. Is Kim on?
I was just starting.
Okay.
Are you gonna do one?
Oh. I could
What do you-
start, I'll start on, let's see, how many of them are there? There's, I'll start at 4.
Okay, I'll start at 1 and I'll do 1 and 2.
1, 2. Okay, I'll
Okay.
do 4, 5, 6.
Oh, okay, then if there's, okay, then I'll do 1, 2, 3. This is Road and Bridge?
Town Fund,
Town Fund.
Town Fund.
Okay, Town Fund, okay.
Mm, mm, hmm. Don't have anybody asking to log on.
Is Wally on?
He's there.
Okay. Wally, I just generally, I'm just curious, because it seems like for 1 month, we must be loading up on gas to get ready for snow. Is that right? With all the trucks and everything? It's like $3,500.
Well, that's not unusual because they come at least once a month.
Okay,
The bills are generally around 2,500 to 3,500. So I don't think it's an unusual situation.
okay.
What's the matter, Bennett?
I'm sorry?
I'm talking to my puppy. He's crying.
I thought you were asking about John Bennett.
No, his name is Bennett,
Oh, that's pretty funny.
but he's loud.
That's why I can't work at home. My cat. Either has to go on the porch or somewhere not near me. 'Cause my cat is loud. Oh. Wally.
He stepped out.
Oh, Viesha, it's okay. Will you just go tell him that I did not email Mr. Hoban the link because I don't know Mr. Hoban's email. So like, hopefully he did.
Wally says that he took care of it.
All right. Just wanted to make sure.
Wally said that.
I emailed the attorney this morning because he called last night for the code, and he replied that he got the email.
Okay.
This guy, I'm glad she got a very cool background. At first I thought there's people. Oh, I do too. Do we have people? No, because they asked me. This is a picture. Oh, I thought very cool. Because they look like real. I didn't even.
Okay. Is Wally in? Wally?
Oh, sorry. Let me unmute them. Okay. You're there. Go.
Molly, I just wanted to double check. I'm just curious, the subscription we have, it's an annual one to the Illinois Public Works Mutual Aid Network. Is that for everyone or is that just like for one person? Is that kind of like being
Well,
part of
that's,
Toya?
It's an agency, if there was a tornado, for instance, and it affected one county, it's a mutual aid society where what happens is surrounding counties add manpower, equipment if necessary. Or let's say something happened in Wheeling Township and we had the means to, rent them a dump truck, or not rent them, but just give them a dump truck and aid or one guy to help.
Uh-huh.
We would, and they would do the same for us. That's the whole idea of that IPW man.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm muting your boardroom again. Hmm. Yes, I can.
Dave, I'm gonna go to Town Fund 3. I don't know if you heard me.
He's muted. Hang on.
I didn't realize there weren't that many in Town Fund 4, 5, and 6.
Dave,
So I'm gonna,
did you
I
hear
finished.
Dave?
Yes.
Hi. Kim just said she's moving on to Town Fund 3.
Yeah, I'm finishing 2.
She said there weren't that many.
Okay.
Okay, so
I'll let you know.
I'll finish 2 and give a heads up when I'm done then.
Okay.
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 Hmm.
Wally?
Let me unmute them. Hang on. Okay, Wally, Susan has a question.
Hi, just comment, please, if you will, on where the curbs and the, there's $14,000 worth of work on, various curbs and sidewalks.
Those were individual trip hazards, so they were located throughout the township of the unincorporated area.
Okay, walkways, curbs. I
Yeah,
just wondered if that was Robin Drive by chance, or where,
well,
we didn't do it there because we don't have
no,
jurisdiction.
and also, if there's aprons, if there was some work done in the street and the apron has to be redone, those are relatively expensive. There are a few of those, because we're responsible for not necessarily the driveway, but the apron leading up to the driveway. If anything, either a contractor or a men may have damaged. And
Apron of private residences, or no, you're just talking about aprons
right
of,
away, our responsibility is 32.5 feet from the center of the road, so that is not private property, that's our property.
okay, so the aprons of driveways are our properties there.
And it leads from the middle of the road 32.5 feet both directions.
Wow, because I had to pay for my apron. But that's, if that's the rule,
So
32 and a half
I'd
feet
say,
each
that
direction.
14.5 that you see on the bill pay is essentially odds and ends.
And Susan, Parkridge is a home rule, so,
Yeah,
they're allowed to be different.
right. The only other thing I had for you, Wally, was one other thing. Just curious what we bought a stick tree.
Oh, that's, it was up to me. It was a purchase made at Home Depot. It's a little Christmas tree. That's, I probably wouldn't buy it, but, a couple of people want a little Christmas tree. That's what it was.
Is it in your offices? It's not in somebody's home because it says
No,
it's building supplies.
It's on the counter.
Oh,
It's a small
Okay.
thing. So, I don't begrudge them, but it isn't my personal choice for the Christmas tree.
Laura,
Yes,
I have a question. On check number 58273, to reimburse the expenses for the Maine Township Republican Caucus,
okay.
$2,538.76. It seems very exorbitant.
So under the township statute, the township is required to pay reasonable costs of the caucus. I guess that might beg the question of what is reasonable.
Right, I mean, $2,538.76 for something that lasted 10 minutes.
Plus, I
mean,
think I covered that already. I think you're in 2. You're supposed to be in 3. I already covered that, Bill.
yeah, but I still have a question.
Oh, so
so-
are you doing 2 now?
No, I just
I
went
think he's
back
just
because I have a
asking
Because
question.
that's in 2, not in 3. So if I'm doing 1 and 2,
So,
then you did the rest?
no, you can, no, I did, I was in 3, but I had a question about 2. So, and this particular check, $1,900 for
So you went,
tents, lighting and,
so you went back to 2 to look at this invoice?
correct. I had a question about
Oh,
this
and so did you,
invoice.
so,
So
oh,
may I
okay.
finish without being
Sure.
interrupted?
Sure, let me go back to my numbers then.
Let me get the check number. So it is, what check number, Kim?
So this is check
58.
number 58273.
Oh, okay, reimbursable expenses caucus, yes.
Right,
Um,
so $298 for insurance, $175.38 for clipboard lights, pole lights, binders and copying, $165.38. Tents, lighting and generator, $1,900 for a total of $2,538.76 for an event that lasted no more than 15 minutes. You're charged to taxpayers, is that's
so
reasonable?
I cannot, like it was sent to the clerk,
Uh-huh.
the attorney, and, so.
I don't think the length of time has anything to do with it. It's an obligation to eat.
I'm-
I don't consider this a reasonable expense.
Right,
Um,
and that's, I
first,
mean, okay, hang on,
you
I
know,
just wanna
To
get my
pay
answer
for
out.
the taxpayers.
Anyway, 2 is done, by the way. I did 2 and 1.
Okay, can everybody stop interrupting? Thanks, Dave. So, we are having to, with supporting documentation, we are having to pay. So, it's up to you guys, obviously, as the bill, people, to make that final determination under the township code, reasonable expenses, length of time, or, I mean, I don't have any personal information about that. It's not something that's part of the supporting documentation. So what is part of the supporting documentation is
If I may, Laura, reviewing that bill earlier, that bill's supported by a letter from our clerk to our lawyer that asked whether we're liable for that. The attorney said yes, that we have to pay that. I've gone through the itemized billings that are attached to it for insurance, for the lighting, for the equipment, et cetera.
I know you have.
So it's very, so it's very thorough. What I'm saying is that what you provided to the board is very thorough.
So I didn't provide it.
Yeah, but
I had Pete, I mean, so it came into Pete, as is the procedure. And it was sent to our township attorney. It did strike Pete as high, but the response, I mean, we can't really determine, like, based on cost, I mean, based on length of time.
okay,
So here's.
right, but can I say something? I mean, yeah,
That's what this meeting's for.
I'm sorry, but I mean, we have, I mean, trustee Sweeney questioning Wally on gasoline for trucks that we use on our highways and a Christmas tree. That's a little stick Christmas tree from Home
asked for
Depot or wherever.
clarification.
But,
I asked for
excuse
clarification.
me,
That's not
I'm not, I'm talking, and I'm asking for clarification also. This is a clarification. I'm allowed to ask for that without being
You're
interrupted.
making a
trustee
comment that it's
Sweeney.
high.
It is high. It's very unreasonable.
Have you done
And,
this on
I
that?
mean,
It's unreasonable?
pardon me?
How would you
Yes, I
know?
believe this is unreasonable. Well, have we
would you
gotten
know?
any other bills for this,
We
Laura?
have not. We
Well,
did
I
not get
think
a bill. from-
2,500.
We did not get a bill from.
I just think it's
the,
rich that the
hang
people,
on, we didn't, you asked a question of me. We did not get a bill from the Democratic caucus. 4 years ago, I don't know that we submitted a bill. I mean, honestly, I can't remember. But
it's-
I can't, say that pole lights or the top of the line binder, I wasn't the one shopping for it. It was sent by the lawyer or Mark Shaw, the lawyer for the caucus. And he represented that these were necessary items. So, Pete and the township lawyer, provisionally said, to reimburse it. Subject to you, obviously.
I just find it a little hypocritical and very rich that the people who go on and on and on about protecting taxpayers' money would have the nerve to charge the taxpayers $2,538.76 for an event, a one-time event, and then question the cost of a Christmas tree or gasoline for a truck. That's the observation I'm making. I personally don't think this is a reasonable charge, but I understand that I'm talking, Trustee Sweeney, and I understand, that it's reimbursable. I just think it's kind of ridiculous. And I don't think the taxpayers should have to be burdened with a $2,538.76 bill for something that really doesn't benefit them directly and was only a one-time event and probably took less than an hour. So that's my opinion, and I will not be supporting the reimbursement of that. So I'm on record for saying that.
And, when we get there, please, when we actually vote on the bills,
Yes.
remind me because and then is there any other discussion on that bill?
There certainly wasn't the preference.
I'm
It was
sorry,
COVID
trustee
related
Sweeney.
that cost, that there were expenses related that wouldn't otherwise have had to have been. So that was not the plan to have
I'm
it
sorry,
outside.
Trustee Sweeney, I have a question on that. Wait, so the binders are because of.
No, not the binders, and the copying you have to copy to make sure somebody's a registered voter. You have to look at the expenses, you have to look and make sure that people are eligible to be part of a caucus. So it's a lot less expensive than holding a primary would be, which is another option that could have happened within the party. So there's a choice as to whether to hold a caucus or a primary. It's a lot less expensive to do it the way.
But you wouldn't charge the clerk up for the primary. You wouldn't charge the clerk for the primary expenses. So there's the difference.
That is a difference.
You wouldn't send a bill to the clerk's office for a primary.
I believe the expenses to hold whatever have to be held come to the township, correct? Supervisor Marask?
Actually, for a primary, it would be the Board of Elections.
Correct.
The County Board of Elections.
So there's still expenses. It's a volunteer
Well, yeah,
organization.
but so we had a primary, and I honestly can't say a primary is more expensive because I don't have those figures in front of me. I'm not quite sure why that would be, but I don't know that that's the right what's the word?
Analogy.
Or justification.
What in particular do you think is priced higher?
Well, it's $2,596 for
what item
something
do you
that
have an
lasts
issue?
under an hour. Well, can you tell me
It's
how
not
this
how-
benefited the
It's
taxpayers?
not how much benefit. It's a 4-year term to have elected.
So the issue, Kim, it doesn't really matter how much it benefits. It matters if it's
Part of the
reasonable.
law.
Well, right, it is the law.
We
But
have
it,
to
it-
I
have
think it's,
code
I,
caucus
in
or
my
primary to
opinion,
elect
it
people.
has
it's
to be,
unreasonable.
it has to be unreasonable. I mean, it,
In my
It has to
opinion,
be
it's unreasonable.
reasonable.
That's a lot of money for something that, right,
so
and
I
that's,
guess, so all I'm gonna comment on that is that the 10 is the right price. Because, we've priced 10s. But that doesn't mean that it had to be held in a 10. So, that's like the choice. I might be in a position I can't really comment on this.
There was only a tiny tent and that was just to hold,
No,
so
the
that
10
there
I
could be,
said was reasonable.
and it was only a tiny thing so that if in the event it snowed or rained or had conditions, there would be provisions to have people under it and we could be, doing the duties.
okay, but I don't
outside
understand why
and
you're
having
so
a microphone. You're
defensive,
interrupting and having a
Susan.
podium and
I
having
mean,
something where
you're-
people could come up to. That was the intent of the tiny tent. Nobody else was in a tent. It was all out in the open.
No, you missed my point. 10 is fine. 10,
She did.
tent, I said, is what the cost of a tent is. We've
Well,
priced,
that's why I asked what the issue is.
The
I
issue
think
is
she has
price.
price issues with
Which
other,
price?
with, like the issue of maybe having a tent to begin with. I don't know. I'm not speaking for her. I think she made it pretty clear. I mean, she can say it again.
Thank you.
Uh,
I'm not gonna argue with somebody who squabbles about a Christmas tree that probably costs $15 or gasoline for trucks
I
that
asked
actually.
what it was
our
for the
highway-
last time. Please, Kim Jones, please. I asked what the tree was, what it was. That's what I asked.
Right. and-
He explained.
and
I
I-
offered no
and
comment
I'm
after.
asking-
You've now said that 4 times. I offered no comment
Okay.
once he said that. I asked a
Okay. Well,
question. I'm
I'm
entitled to ask a
asking
question.
questions now. Me too,
No, you're
Susan.
making a
I'm entitled to ask
commentary
questions
about-
too.
Wow.
I'm making a commentary at the same time I ask questions. You ask questions, you ask lots of questions. In fact, most meetings we have to listen to your questions over and over and over again.
Supervisor
And now
Moran,
I'm
order,
asking
please.
questions.
Point
I'm
of order.
asking why
I'm sorry, Dave.
$2,538
have
order.
hang on. Both of you have been interrupting each other. So, I understand that Trustee Jones does not believe that bill to be reasonable. And I believe
Yes.
Trustee Jones explained her reasons. I believe Trustee Sweeney explained her reasons why she thought it was reasonable. Although I think that and Trustee Jones made a comment, I'm just trying to interpret for everybody, that she thought it was I guess hypocritical. I don't know. I think that was the word she used. For
Oh.
when I don't know. I can't replay the whole thing. And then Trustee Sweeney rightfully pointed out that by law we have to pay it under the code if it's reasonable. And so, what is reasonable? Since I may be called, my point was, since I may be called to rule on anything, I'm staying out of this. I was just trying to interpret for everybody. I think that there's been enough comment and everybody knows the positions, right? On this particular bill.
Yes,
Am I correct?
correct.
So Trustee Jones and Trustee Sweeney, I'm taking Trustee Sweeney, your point of order or whatever you requested. Sorry. Keep going. I mean, with bill,
We're
I'm
done.
done.
no, I mean
Yeah.
with bill pay. Are you
Oh.
guys like?
I just finished
Yes.
Road and Bridge, so
Town Fund 1 and 2's been done. Yeah.
All right, where else are we? What's going on? Town fund is done. Road and Bridge is done. How is GA going?
GA's done, so is all the payroll.
Are we done?
Excellent, Claire.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
think we're done.
Really?
Sounds like we're done.
All right. If we're done.
That's the one part I don't like doing. Trustee McKenzie did the payroll.
Yes.
Thank you.
Don't like.
Come
I
back
think
in 9
that's
minutes.
Great. I'm sorry. I actually thought we could move right into it, but yeah, we can have a 9-minute break.
Yeah, I mean, technically we have to, right?
No, we
We'll
made
start
that
early.
decision a while ago that we could just go right into it. All right, so, wait, Trustee Sweeney, I'm
Yes.
ending this, I gotta end the meeting.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, so. Okay,
Motion to adjourn. I'll make a motion to
on
adjourn.
the bill pay portion. All right,
Yes.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Okay. Call, this meeting to order. It being Tuesday, December 22nd, 2020. Last meeting of the year. And this meeting is going to be conducted by audio video conference without a physically present quorum of the Maine Township Board because of a disaster declaration relating to COVID that has previously been detailed in great length. Township Supervisor has determined that an in-person meeting of the township would not be practical or prudent because of the disaster. The physical public attendance was not feasible. Alternative arrangements for public access were made available. Everybody should have that password and link, and I know quite a few are on this meeting. The meeting will also be audio or video recorded and made available to the public as provided by law. Before we actually have the pledge, do the roll call and everything. Well, actually, I'll do it after the roll call. Clerk Chilamas.
Yes, Supervisor.
Can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And can everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Good plan.
Pledge allegiance
Pledge
To the
allegiance
flag
to the flag
of the United
of the
States
United
of
States of
America
America,
and to the
to the
republic
republic
which
for
are
which it stands,
that stands
one
One
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
Okay, so, now, Clerk Chilamas, can you call the roll? And then I'll issue my ground rule for this meeting.
Highway Commissioner Kazmierczak. Assessor Moylan Cry.
Here.
Clerk Gialam is here. Supervisor Marask.
Here,
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McKenzie.
Here.
Trustee Carabota.
Here.
Trustee Sweeney. She is here, but she's muted.
she wasn't. Where'd she
Here.
go?
sorry.
I lost your video, by the way.
You lost my video
Oh, no,
now?
there you are. No, I got you.
Okay,
All right, is that everybody?
think we're good.
Okay. Clerk Chilamas, is the honor flight gentleman here?
Yes, Ron is with us.
Ron, it's great. Before I issue the ground rule, so you don't have to sit through all that.
That's all right. Don't worry about me. I'm happy. No worries.
I know, but you sat through our pay. So I'm gonna have, we are pleased and very proud to present a check to Honor Flight Chicago, which is Clerk Gilamas's baby. So I'm going to have Clerk Gilamas do that.
Yes, thank you. And hello, thank you, Ron. Thank you for joining us this evening. This was something that was started by a previous clerk, Gary Warner. He had it going for several years before I took over, and it was my pleasure to continue it. Honor Flight's a program near and dear to our hearts here at the township. And every year with the proceeds that we obtain from processing the passports, we give $1,000 of that to Honor Flight. So it's nothing that comes out of taxpayer funds, but it's additional revenues we pick up here at the township. and we're happy to do it. We think it's a great program. And so once again, this year, it is my pleasure to be able to bring us the giant check, if it fits into the screen here.
I'll take a picture.
And present it to you, Ron, and Honor Flight Chicago from Maine Township.
We sure appreciate that, Pete. Listen, hold the check up again, would you, so I can take a picture?
You got it. Okay.
Well, that's great, thanks. Let me give you a quick update what we're doing.
Thank you.
We had to cancel we had 8 flights this year. We had to cancel them, of course, as you know, right? And we had 19 World War II veterans lined up for last April. And we had a female veterans flight for October lined up. And it's all on hold till next year, of course. But what we've been doing birthday party drive-bys for our veterans throughout the whole area here. We also had signs made up. Every vet that's an Honor Flight alumni, whatever, gets a sign in front of their house. We've done that, and we've got birthdays probably 2 or 3 a week that we go by and help, and either drive by or send birthday cards. And we have several that are over 100. 101, 103-year-old was yesterday. So we're waiting for next year, and we're gonna hopefully Midway Airport's almost done, just about done with renovations, so we should be back to normal if we ever get back to normal, whatever that is with COVID. But we're kind of on standby, and our vets are stacked up. The Vietnam vets are probably over 2,000, 2,500, and on a wait list. It'll be double that in a couple of years. And we still have Korean vets and World War II vets too. But the World War II vets are a select bunch, and we're trying to keep them healthy, of course, best we can. But we still have about 18 or 17 or 18 ready to go, and right now. So we got our fingers crossed for next year. No one really knows what's going to happen yet, but you guys are phenomenal. Again, like I repeated last year and every year, no one does this. No one helps us like you guys do in Illinois. No one does what you've done for us every year. Gary and Pete Ford and the board. So thanks very much, because we can't operate without private funds coming in. And we're very, very grateful. As the pictures behind me, you'll see the guys and gals that go on our flights are just, it's priceless what it does to the veterans. So thanks again for having me, and I enjoyed being with you guys. Wish we can't do it in person, but thanks so much for helping us. Thank you's not enough, but that's the best I can say. But we're sure very, very grateful. I'll tell you that much. And
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Ron.
I would like to personally tell you that my father-in-law, he's 93, and he did do your honor flight.
Yep.
I
Yep.
had to convince him, and loved it.
You bet.
Absolutely loved it. And before my father passed away, he was a concentration camp survivor. He
Oh
too.
my gosh. Yep.
Gary
Unbelievable.
had him, yeah. And again, so I can personally attest that
Yeah.
the program is, something that is something near and dear to my heart. So I would like everybody to give a big round of applause. I unmuted as many people as I could.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank
That
you.
we couldn't do you in person. Oh, that's
Yeah.
Right. I enjoyed seeing you all. It makes a big difference. But you guys, and listen, if you have a chance, check our website out. It's always updated with some of the pictures, please.
Ron,
Chicago.
thank you.
You know what?
Give me that site again, Ron.
Okay, it's honorflightchicago.org. Honorflight, Chicago, one word, honorflightchicago.org. Please visit the site and pass it to your residents there too.
And
Check
Ron,
it out.
thanks for all you do on behalf of my dad and myself and my family. Very much appreciated.
You bet. We're all volunteers.
Thank you.
Have a nice holiday. Merry Christmas to all of you.
Merry Christmas to
you.
you.
You too.
Ron.
Thank you.
And
Thank
then
you.
2021, bring us back to flying again.
We sure hope so. Yeah,
And a lot of other things.
yeah.
Thank
You
you
guys
so
take care.
much,
I'll
Ron.
get
You
out of
too.
your
Thank
hair.
you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So, Clerk Mama, did we do the roll call?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just had to get oriented. All right. So we have a really busy meeting. And so, and we have a lot of public participants. So, with respect to what we're about to be doing, to the extent everybody can mute themselves until they talk, And I am also in control of it. That would be much appreciated. Also, with respect to any given agenda item, every trustee will be allowed 2 comments, as is normal per Robert's Rules of Order. And then obviously somebody cannot make 2 comments if somebody else hasn't made any. So, and I really, we're in Christmas. Oh God, I think I just broke a nail. We're in Christmas and I really want everybody to put on the best behavior possible. Okay. That's all I'm asking. So having said that, can I get an approval, a motion for approval of the minutes?
Motion,
Wait,
motion, go ahead.
I haven't finished. For the
Alright.
Minutes of November 24th, 2020, bill pay review.
Motion to approve bill pay review for November 24th, 2020.
Second,
Having a motion and a second. Is there any discussion, comment, questions, any problem? Hearing none. Clerk Talamas, will you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie, you're muted.
I'm unmuting her. We're trying.
She looks frozen.
She does look frozen. Shit. Okay, she's definitely frozen. Does somebody want to text her that she's frozen?
I'll do it.
Leah.
You go in and out also, Laura.
My audio, no, there I am.
Yeah, you're pretty clear.
But I mean, when you were
My
talking
audio
before, it
has
was,
been known to go out, so if
There
it
we go.
does,
Hi, Claire.
hi Claire, she's,
hi, Claire.
so, what I was gonna say, if my audio goes out, Claire, I'm trying to get you to there
I
we go,
got it. I got it.
Okay.
all right.
We're at the roll call. Trustee McKenzie, it's your vote.
I'm here.
It's your
So,
vote.
It's on the
Yes,
motion,
for
the
the
motion to
motion.
approve the minutes of November 24th, the meeting
Oh,
of
okay.
November
I'm
24th.
sorry. I
so
lost you guys
just
for a little
need
bit.
to either say yes or no,
Yes.
okay. And
Trustee Carabota
Yes,
and
Huh?
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes,
there we go. Motion passed. All right, next, approval, I need a motion for approval of the minutes of the November 24th, 2020 board meeting.
Approval
Motion.
of the minutes of go ahead.
motion to approve minutes for the November 24th, 2020 regular board meeting, waive reading.
Second.
Having a motion and a second on the table, is there any discussion, deletion, changes? Hearing none, Clerk Talamas, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee
Yes.
Carabota. We got you. Trustee Carabota,
Yes,
Trustee Sweeney.
yes.
Okay, now I'd like a motion to approve general assistance expenditures, please.
motion to approve payroll for pay dates September, I'm sorry, November 27, 2020 and December 11, 2020. General assistance checks, number 53090 through check number 53146 in the amount of $52,228.42. Do I have a second?
Second,
All right, having a motion and a second, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Talamas, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes,
Trustee Sweeney.
yes.
Okay, now I would like a motion to approve the road district expenditures, please.
Motion to approve payroll for pay dates of November 27th and December 11th, 2020, and road district checks number 21621 through check number 21660 in the amount of $80,626.42.
Second.
A motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Clerk Giellomis, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes,
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
Yes,
Now I would ask for a motion for approval of the general town fund expenditures.
Motion to approve payroll for pay dates November 27, 2020 and December 11, 2020 in general town fund checks number 58244 through 583315, excuse me, in the amount of $305,463.52.
Second.
Having a motion and a second, is there any discussion?
yes, I would like
I
to
would
remove,
recognize trustee Jones.
yes, I would like to object to check number 58 or invoice number 58273 for the amount of $2,538.76. Because I think that it is an unreasonable amount.
Okay. Clerk Giellomis, is there anything that you want to say in response to this? This was the caucus expense that we sent to Carrie Lynn and is, you know, we've already, I can't really say much because I may be called upon to.
Yeah, it was the bill was submitted to us by ROMT's attorney for their caucus night expenditures of a tent, a heater. I forget what else was on it. I don't have the bill in front of me at the moment. But yeah, I forwarded it on to Carrie Lynn, who reviewed, you know, for reasonableness. You know, per statute, we are required to pay. Personally, I do think it's a little crazy too that, you know, $2,500 seems like a lot of taxpayer money for a 15-minute event, but it is what it is.
Carrie Lynn, do you want to speak to this?
Sure. So the statute actually requires townships to pay the costs either for the election or the primary. And so
I stand corrected.
sadly, the statute, pardon me?
No, I said I stand corrected, Justice Sweeney. Go on.
Yeah, so sadly, there's a section of the election code and there's a section of the township code that say that the township is to pay the costs of the caucus. And they don't really define what that is, but just like if we would have a primary election, that would usually be paid for also by the township. So it's my understanding that one party submitted the expense and the other didn't. So we don't really have an option but to pay for the costs. Now, I suppose I didn't review for reasonableness. I mean, I think that is a function that the board would have to do, but we do have an obligation to pay. I mean, you know, it's.
That was what I said at Bill Pay, is that we have an obligation to pay, but it's their job to discuss reasonableness. Is that essential? There's no definition, am I correct, in the code about reasonableness?
Right, it doesn't define what it is. And I mean, the other thing that I can't really tell, well, I mean, you know, there's the information here. It says for the generator, it looks like maybe they rented some stuff instead of buying it. And then there's other stuff they purchased in binders and things like that. But I think that most of the stuff they just probably, and then the event insurance and the lights, and I don't know where this event was. If it was
in a parking lot.
If I can make a comment.
Trustee Caraboni, you'd like to be recognized?
Yeah, first of all, I was given the task of reviewing town fund bills for town fund 2. I completed that task this evening prior to the issue being raised by trustee Jones, who decided to double back on that specific invoice only. On that specific invoice, it's presented to the board that the invoice is just unreasonable in price. There's no basis for the argument. There's no comparables that were given by the objector as to what it would cost for insurance for that one evening, which was required, where it was located, what were the circumstances. It was located out in a parking lot. We learned that through trustee Sweeney. It also required generators. It required lights outside to light out the parking lot. It was at the VFW lot in Park Ridge. Whether or not the event, in my experience as an insurance agent as well, whether or not the event takes 5 minutes or takes an hour and a half, the premium has to be paid for the insurance. The lighting has to be paid. We have to be COVID friendly. The supplies have to be provided. There's been no comparables given, no facts given, other than 100% emotion to go ahead and object to this bill. This bill is 25, this bill, and this is mine, this is, let me finish.
No, I want to say, like, stick to facts, don't attack.
I'm sticking to facts. There are no facts brought before this board that shows or any comparables to base the statement that just comes flying out that this bill is unreasonable. This is why our meetings go so long. This is why things shouldn't happen this way. And it's disappointing to me, but I'm going to support the bill unless someone has comparables to me that shows that the lighting that was used, whether it takes 5 minutes or 2 hours, that was rented at a price that's unreasonable. To show me that any of these items were not needed. There is nothing there besides just a flat statement. So I'd like to hear more. I'd like to have more facts.
Other townships that have done in parking lots, or our township actually, you don't necessarily need insurance for the night, but that's, again, I think trustee Jones can reiterate for the public her objection, trustee Jones. And let's keep it to
Okay.
facts,
First,
not
I'd like to, right. So first, I'd like to answer to trustee Carabota's inference that I doubled back and only questioned this bill. As a trustee, I have a fiduciary duty and I can ask about any bill at any time, whether you like it or not, whether you checked it, whether you didn't check it, it's really irrelevant. And I happen to object to this one because it's $2,538.78 to the taxpayers. And it does seem unreasonable. And the comparable is that the other side charged $0. So when you balance it, $0 is the comparable. So that makes it look even worse. So that's my point. I think that $2,538.76 is unreasonable. And as a trustee, I have a fiduciary duty to the taxpayers. I can question any bill at any time. And I don't need your approval, trustee Carabota. Thank you.
No, just the facts, just the facts.
Those are the facts.
I like to rebut if I can.
Oh, boy.
There's no rebuttal necessary. Any other trustee? No,
The only fact that was given is that there's no bill to compare it to. That's all I'm hearing.
that's okay. Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else? Trustee Sweeney,
I would ditto everything that trustee Carabota just said. There were
anything?
no specifics. There were no specifics. I asked trustee Jones multiple times what she took issue with. I think there was a lot of comparative shopping to look at best value. The tent that was referenced was a very small tent, which was just intended to cover those that were standing up to get before the microphone to be able to announce what the slate was and do the duties that are required by the caucus to make announcements. And that was a provisional thing provided in case there was rain or snow or conditions upon which we needed that. We had minimal, I think, one heater. There was no outdoor tent for people. This was set up because of COVID and it was shopped for. And there were multiple books that were required to be copied to determine that people were eligible voters to participate in the caucus. So nothing was done extravagant and there wasn't one backup to suggest that there was something that we could have gotten for less money. So I am in favor of voting for this expense to be approved.
The one point we had received an email from Mark Shaw. And it did say tent, lighting, and generator. I don't think the size of the tent. I mean, aren't we like the tents?
There's itemized invoices in there too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm reading. I'm literally reading from his. Thank you for interrupting me, but I'm literally reading.
No problem. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I'm literally reading from his itemized invoice. And so, yeah, I think this has been discussed to depth. And does anybody who hasn't spoken, who is a trust, have anything to say about this? Okay, Trustee McKenzie.
Well, the only thing I have to say is if the statute requires that we reimburse, I don't know how we not reimburse.
So the statute requires we reimburse, and it's up to the board to determine what's reasonable. Which is what the discussion at our bill pay. For whatever it's worth, Pete and I had the same issue when we sent it to Carrie Lynn. She told us literally what she told you all tonight, that the statute requires that we pay it, pay for the caucuses, and it's up to, the trustee's job of auditing the bills to determine whether it's reasonable. So I'm saying, I guess, that Trustee Jones's comment is not like in left field, and I'm not supporting one position or another. We did obviously send it to her, and so she has a right to it. So that's, I think, the answer that Carrie Lynn would give, I think, because that's the
Yes.
answer she gave to us. And I don't know if that helps. Probably not. So
We vote on the motion now to approve.
I am still running this meeting. So I am now going to request, since there is no further discussion, because everybody has spoken. Clerk Gilamis, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
I vote yes for everything, but I object on the basic to leave. In my opinion, it is unreasonable, but all the other bills, I vote yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Trustee Carabota,
Because there's a detailed letter from Mark Shaw as part of the packet, who's an attorney in very good standing in our legal community. Also, there are independent invoices separate and apart from that, supporting his letter and detailed description of the events. And also because I had personal experience at the event, I saw it was utilized, and I know from my personal experience that it was all necessary. I'm going to vote yes.
Trustee Sweeney,
I too am going to vote yes, because I know there was shopping around to get the best value, and I believe that's what happened.
Okay. Now, so that was passed. Is there any public participation at this time? All right, I am going to recognize, hang on, let me unmute you. All right, there you go. I'm going to recognize Earl Wilson.
Hi, guys. Thanks. I just wanted to mention that obviously we just talked about the caucus, and clearly at the beginning of this month, I chose to go ahead and run for supervisor, and seeing how for the last more than a year, both in person and now virtually, I've been attending these meetings. It probably didn't come as a surprise to anybody that I definitely had an interest in Maine Township and would like to take a further role and participate more. So that's the one piece I want to touch upon. The other one I want to touch upon really quickly was the people who aren't running for the next section. And I'm going to use my mind's eye and look at how the boardroom looked when I was in there in person. And I want to say to Susan Sweeney, Dave Carabota, Claire McKenzie, and you, Laura Marask, I just want to say that through all the service that you guys have done, there surely should be a deluge of people that thank you for what you have done. And I just want to be one of those guys early on saying, thanks, you've done a lot and I appreciate it. I hope to get the opportunity to continue to build on the work that everybody has done. I'm hopeful in April to take a seat up there and meet in person, I'm hoping.
Well, I don't usually get a thank you, so I appreciate the thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thank you all the time.
Thank you, Earl.
Yes,
That's
Now you're
nice, Earl.
interrupting.
I appreciate it. And I appreciate your interest in the township and your willingness to have been participating all this time,
Okay.
because, you know, we certainly want to see more residents.
This is
do this
public
if they're aware.
participation. Okay, so anybody else? All right. Now we're going to move to new business. Which is, I need the boardroom to go get Mike. And he will present this. We are going to be having a discussion really short and vote for electrical work for flood control. And this is proposed to be coming out of the capital fund. We made a promise to you all a long time ago that anything coming out of capital fund, we would always bring to you, or any contract for that matter. So Mike, having said that, with your 15 masks, take it away.
Good evening, everyone. Hopefully, can you guys hear me?
yes.
Oh,
Hey, Mike.
hey, Mike.
Okay.
So, well, I'm looking to go ahead and restore power to, we have 2 ejector pumps that are located behind me in the manhole just by the senior department. Currently, we have no power going to it. We have an underground feed that has a short, continuing to cause our fuses to blow on it. So we currently have no power. The underground feed just needs to be replaced. So I'm recommending the township to go with Lotus Electrical. I did receive other estimates, and by far this is definitely, in my opinion, the way to go. So I am recommending Lotus on this.
Anybody have any questions?
I had a quick one.
Sure.
Take care of it.
Mike, again, I over the years, I've learned to trust your judgment. I'm not questioning that at all. I'm just asking that, have you had any experience with Lotus? If they came in at the lowest, which is good, but have you had experience with them or know of those that have had commercial experience with Lotus?
To be honest with you, no. I had a couple companies out originally I had Cordic Electric come out, diagnose the problem as well. Usually we do go with Cordic Electric for a lot of our stuff, but for what the price was being charged, I can't justify that to you. When Lotus came out though, the exact diagnosis that I received from Cordic, they basically said the same thing verbatim. So that reason right there is why I am recommending them as well. But to answer your question, no, I have not had experience with them.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Are they union electricians? Mike?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Anybody else? All righty. And by the way, this would be coming out of capital fund, which we would like to do the reason it's on this agenda is to have it in this fiscal year. So, having no other questions, Clerk Tillman, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
Yes.
trustee Jones. Oh, wait,
Yes, I find this to be a very reasonable.
Oh, I'm
amount.
sorry, I'm calling a
Yeah, the
vote on
motion
a
wasn't made.
motion that I didn't make. Motion to pass, oh Lord, motion to pass the contract that Mike Simon, does somebody have it in front of them?
Yes.
For Lotus for the estimated project
Electrical
of
work.
$3,000 out of the capital fund.
Second.
Okay, having a motion and a second. Now. Clerk Gilamis, thank you for noticing that.
try
Clerk
this again.
Gilamis,
Supervisor Marask,
yes.
trustee Jones,
Yes, I find this to be a reasonable expense.
trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
trustee Carabota,
Yes.
trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Michael.
Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
For coming in on your, also I want to point out, he came in on his week off.
Thank you.
Dedicated.
All right. He also attended the township department head meeting.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
All right. So, the next order of business will be probably considerably longer. Again, remember the ground rules. So, this is old business, discussion and vote on the road and bridge tax levy ordinance 2020-RB-2. I am recognizing Highway Commissioner Walter Kismer.
Just a short statement. I am presenting the Highway Department's 2020 tax levy ordinance with 0% increase for your approval. The levy is identical to the 2018 levy and the 2019 levy that was previously submitted and passed by the board. The levy will allow the Highway Department to provide the necessary services for the unincorporated township area. And I just need to have Attorney Robert Rubin address some issues that have been cropped up over the last couple of weeks.
All right, so you want me to recognize Attorney Hoban, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Attorney Hoban, I see you there, and now I'm going to unmute you. There you go. Take it away.
Thank you, Supervisor Marask, members of the board. What I wanted to address is there was a question raised at the last meeting and over some emails recently regarding how the township board can be asked to certify the levy at $2.6 million when the highway commissioner himself says all he needs is 1.9 million. And the answer to that question is, with respect to money that's levied out of the road fund, 50% of that money goes directly to the municipalities, right? So this is money that the road district will never see. It's money that the road district has no control of. And so long as that money is appropriated, not spent, but appropriated by the municipalities, then the road district isn't entitled to any of that money. So that's why last year we levied the same amount as we're requesting to levy this year, $2,605,533. It received only $1,915,580. So in other words, for the road fund, you need to levy, the road district needs to levy $2 for every $1 that it actually needs. And if we were only to levy what we anticipated spending, which would be roughly 1.9 million, then we would receive significantly less than that, because again, the county would give 50% of what's in the road fund directly to the municipalities. We'd end up with somewhere in the nature of $1,447,800, significantly less than the amount needed to run the road districts, excuse me. And So that's been, and basically there was also a question as to whether paragraph 4 needs to be in the levy. In paragraph 4, the board certifies the amount of the levy, or certifies that the levy is necessary to be raised by taxation. This language comes directly out of the highway code and the township code. And my concern is if that language was not in there, the county may not give the road district a levy at all. So I hope that that answers the questions from the last meeting and over the past couple of weeks, but I'm happy to answer any other questions at the board.
So, Attorney Hogan, you're saying that your legal opinion is that that language that we took out of the estimated has to be in for the, and you wrote a fairly detailed legal opinion. That language, which made sense to me, needs to be in the levy.
Correct.
Okay. Also, can you speak a little bit to the issue of there's been a lot of questions from some trustees about the personal property replacement tax, which, you know, we have Roger Schubert here, who I guarantee you, much as I'm sure he was a great trustee in Park Ridge, has absolutely no clue. Maybe number one, that they get that money, and number two, what it's budgeted for. Because, well, it's not our, well, Judge, you know, Robert, Attorney Hogan, can you speak to that?
So you're talking about the personal property replacement tax?
Well, maybe I have the name wrong. I'm talking about, there was a request that we provide from municipalities, what, you know, because there's a portion that gets shared with other municipalities. There's 5 other municipalities in township. Correct? I mean, we've got Park Ridge, we've got Des Plaines, we've got
And Rosemont, so there's 6.
Rosemont, I'm sorry, 6. Parts of Morton Grove too. And Glenview, right? Okay, so can you speak to that a bit?
So are you asking with respect to
But how
the
would
money
we
that
ever do that? Like, that is not our job or a trustee's job. And maybe Carrie Lynn might be able better to speak.
Well, no, I think I understand the question. Basically, you're inquiring as to, okay, the money that goes, that 50% of the road fund that goes to the municipalities, what sort of role do we have in determining how they spend it? And the answer is none. I mean, basically, they just need to appropriate that money. So as long as it's in their budget, they don't even have to spend it. As long as it's in their budget, that's theirs, and we're never going to see that money.
Is it also correct we have no ability from either the clerk's office or asking the municipality, you know, what you're spending the money on, because it's budgeted, not spent. It's budgeted.
Yeah. Right. They don't have to spend. As long as it's budgeted, as long as it's appropriated, then that's all they need to do.
My final question is that, am I correct that the township board has to approve what, like, this necessary language is what the highway commissioner has determined as necessary?
Correct. The highway commissioner determines the amount of the levy, and you have to certify that levy. So he determines the amount of the levy, what's necessary, but you certify that amount, you certify that the levy is basically in proper. All right. So if there's not a truth in taxation statement, if the numbers don't add up, well, then you're not required to certify the levy. So you're basically looking at, you're determining, okay, he's determined the amount that's necessary. We're certifying this amount, and so that he gets the amount that he determines is necessary to run the road district.
Okay. The person who runs the road district. I mean, it makes sense to me. All right. Now, I'm sorry, didn't mean to monopolize. So before we have this, and I probably shouldn't have asked you questions before I have a motion on the floor. I do apologize. I'll make a motion to pass tax levy ordinance 2020-RB-2. Is there a second?
Second,
Having a motion and a second. All right.
second,
Now I adopt all those questions that I asked previously. All right, any other trustees? Trustee Sweeney, I recognize you.
Okay, I, because we talked about multiple subjects, I actually have questions and about all the subjects that Mr. Hoban brought up that we've addressed, and we've addressed some of these by email, so I appreciate you, you know, and Wally trying to answer these questions, because I think, you know, we've recognized over the years that we know this to be true, that what we levy for, we do not see. In fact, last year, as you so pointed out, by just looking at the numbers you provided, Mr. Hoban, when they appropriated, or they were allowing us to go through PTEL, that's 2,671,142. And then we only received 1.9. That was a difference of $755,000 that was then in turn given to the treasurer to distribute to the municipalities. I think if we had time, I would like to know, and I think it would be important for us to know what portion of which of these 6 municipalities got what. Because if I read the statute, and I'd like to do that for sake of transparency, so people that are watching this or that are in the audience know what this says, it's section is 605 ILCS 5/6-507. So it's the township code. All items of the tax levy of any district authorized by section 6, 501, 503, and 504 of this code shall be extended by the county clerk as one tax upon the collector's book, and as except as hereafter provided in the sections shall be paid to the treasurer of the district by the collector as fast as the same is collected, other than such rate % as shall be allowed for collecting the same. 1/2 of the tax required to be levied by section 6501 of this code on the property lying within a municipality in which the streets and alleys are under the care of the municipality shall be paid over to the treasurer of the municipality, which in this case would be Cook County Treasurer, right? To be appropriated to the improvement of the roads or streets, either within or without the municipality and within the road district under the direction of the corporate authorities of the municipality. However, when any of the tax is expended beyond the limits of the municipality, it shall be within the consent of the highway commissioner of the road district. It shall be with the consent. If any municipality has not appropriated the taxes received by it as aforesaid for the improvement of roads or streets within 1 year from the date of receipt thereof, then the unappropriated portion of such taxes shall forthwith be paid by the treasurer of such municipality to the treasurer of the road district from which such taxes were derived, to be used and expended for road purposes within such road district. So what we talked about was section 4. And in section 4 of the ordinance that we're voting on this evening, the Board of Trustees does hereby certify that the amount levied herein is necessary to be raised by taxation for road purposes by the Maine Township Road District. My question then becomes, because we have to vote on what is necessary, not only for what Wally is expected to receive or the highway commissioner is expected to receive, which is about 1.9, but the other 775,000 or thereabouts that are received by the municipalities that if not appropriated or spent, is, if I understand that's correctly, appropriated would be spent, we should get, it's not spent on the roads, which we have no accountability for, that should be returned to the road district. So my question is, as a trustee and a fiduciary, without any accountability of where this extra nearly $1 million is going to these 6 municipalities and an account that they're actually spending it on the roads, how do I know that there's a necessity to in fact levy $2.6 million?
Well, because if you don't levy 2.6 million, you're not going to get the 1.9 million you need. That's necessary for the road district. And appropriated does not mean spent. They
Correct.
simply have to have it in their budget. So if you go to the budgets of the various municipalities, there should be something in there showing how much they're spending on, they're appropriating to spend on their roads. Whether they spend it or not is not the issue. The issue is simply have they appropriated those funds.
But it does say that within 1 year, it has to go to the improvements of the roads or streets within 1 year of the date of receipt of the appropriated portion of the taxes shall be paid by the treasurer back to the road district if they don't.
If they don't appropriate, correct. They have to appropriate those amounts. It has to be budgeted for. That's what that's saying right there.
Trustee McKenzie. Wait, I gotta unmute you. Hang on. Oh,
Thank you.
there you go.
So my question is about the ordinance that says that the trustees must certify the amount levied is necessary to be raised by taxation for road purposes, because I look at what has been spent to date compared to budget. And our budget was 1.890, 344, so almost 1.9, that, the number that is in your memo, thank you. And what is in our budget and what we have always known to be Wally's budget. However, with only 2 months left to go in our fiscal year, or 18%, we have 42% of the expense budget unspent as of the end of November. And that's even with a big spend for the maintenance of the roads, or the project expenses, the maintenance of the roads in November of 350,000 almost. So even with that huge expense, we are still way under budget. So, I mean, I don't want to, focus on words here, except that the whole idea is that we're being asked to certify that the amount being levied is required from taxation. And I can't say that that's true at 1.9, even, we're asking to have a levy pass of 2.6, which I totally get where Wally is coming up with that number. I understand. But I mean, year after year, Wally's budget has been way over, substantially over what the actual expenses have been. And we have requested that his levy be lowered, and he did 1 year. And so that we're closer now, but we're still not that close. I mean, you're going to have a surplus for the year, and we already have a surplus in road and bridge. So I, sitting here, can't really say that the entire amount of 2.6 million, knowing that we are probably only going to get 1.9 million, is required to be raised by taxation of Maine Township. So that's my issue with it. And, we were told last year that we're not really needed to vote on this. And so we don't have a say in it, but it seems to me like we do have a say, because we need to certify. I'm not saying that we can, say he can't have any money. I mean, he's got to have the money to run the road and bridge department. We get that. But if you look at the budget and where we're at, and this is very consistent with prior years, I can't say that we need 2.6 million to be raised by taxation. So I would ask that Wally decrease his amount a little bit.
Can I comment?
Okay, go ahead, Wally.
All right, hang on. Let's run this orderly. All right, Wally.
The third month for December was not included in the 42% left over. Whatever was approved today is going to come up with it. Next month, we have $150,000 truck and a $10,000 trailer that I'll have invoices for. That'll significantly reduce the amount. We've been so lucky this year that we've only salted intersections once. There's been years where, 3 or 5 times a week, we have to salt either because of ice or snow. We're not doing that now. Less overtime, less use of the salt. That's fortunate. Thank God for global warming because there's less snow incidents. So, you have to consider, you have to budget for disasters. And to be honest, I'm surprised that the amount of streets we did and sidewalk work that we're so far under the road maintenance. I expected it to be maybe 30 or 40,000 more. So everything was under what was budgeted, although we did a lot of streets and we particularly did a lot of sidewalks this year. So there's all kind of mitigating factors. Commodity prices perhaps are low. Throughout this year, gas has been lower than it's been for this long anyway. Usually they have little spurts when they're lower, but they go right back up. But it's been consistently low for ever since this pandemic started. So you're not just budgeting for, salting once, in December. You're budgeting for salting maybe 18 times and plowing snow 12, but it hasn't happened this year. So, some of these numbers are going to be lower than expected because, and remember this, we go into the general road fund as far as salaries are concerned. The first part was, no, excuse me, it's reversed. Permanent road is going to go down because all the salaries, there's some thing from the middle of November to the middle of March, it comes out of a different fund. It's going to come, all the salary is going to come out ever since November 15th out of a separate fund. So that fund is going to go down. I haven't really had a situation where I've been severely under what was allocated or asked for. Like one year, I think I was over. But it's not an exact science, and it may be 42% with 3 months left. But with some of the stuff I explained, it could be considerably less.
Yeah, and if I may add, just based on the documents that were provided to the board, I think the estimated expenses are going to come pretty close to 1.9 million by the end of this fiscal year. But irrespective of that, I mean, the township code is very clear on this, that the township board shall levy the amount determined by the highway commissioner. All right, so the number's his. And what we have to keep in mind is what the board is certifying is that the amount necessary as determined by the highway commissioner is in proper form. And that's not only from the wording of the township code, but also from the case law interpreting it. If there's something wrong with the numbers, if they don't add up, if there's not a truth in taxation statement, if there's issues or not issues, if there's line items that he doesn't have jurisdiction for, well, then you can determine, you can vote against it. But with respect to the number itself, the number is his. And I believe Carrie Lynn would certainly support that there's no discretion on the part of the board with respect to the number itself.
Okay, hang on. Carrie Lynn, just unmuted you, and then Dave is after you.
Yeah, so that language about the township board has to certify that this is the money available to be raised by taxation doesn't mean that you can say, no, he doesn't need that amount. What it means is that we need to get that by taxation, and because we don't have another way to get that money. Right? I mean, so we're saying it's necessary to tax for this money because we don't have another way of getting the money. Yeah. It's not because it's a discretionary function of the board. So really, the determination of the amount of the funds is what the law gives the highway commissioner the ability to do.
But we're being asked to certify the amount. I mean, it's certify that the amount levied is necessary
It's
to be
necessary.
raised.
To be raised by taxation.
Right.
You have to read the rest of that clause, right?
And,
I mean,
and
if there's some
we
other
don't
way
have
that
any
you have-
accountability. for-
Let them finish.
I'm sorry, but I never got my question answered.
But
How
you're in
do
the middle of reading a statute, so we move to her and we'll come back to you. I mean, you were gone, like just relax, it'll work. So Carrie Lynn, I think you're answering a question Claire had.
Yeah, it's very, very confusing to me because when I read this, it's saying that we have to certify the amount levied is necessary. I mean, I know that you have to read the whole thing, but the whole thing just makes it even worse for me. I mean, we have to certify the amount levied is necessary. So my point is, it's not necessary if the amount that we really need for road and bridge is substantially less than the amount that we get, which 1.9 is more than the amount we need. We all know that. It's been the case consistently, at least for 2 years. If I went back, it's probably true for 3 years.
And if I may, that was why I read the statute, because what's missing is the accountability of the 775,000. And we don't even know that the treasurer has really allocated that to the municipalities and whether they've used that towards roads. If I knew that all these 6 municipalities use this money, I know you say it's appropriated, Mr. Hoban, that, you know, it doesn't have to be spent. And I think you said the same thing, Carrie Lynn. But the fact of the matter is, we're levying 775,000. We're asking the taxpayers out of our levy as trustees and a board and the supervisor to say, we're going to tax people 775,000, and we have no accountability for how that money is spent. That's the money that I have a problem with, not the 1.9 that Wally needs, but that nobody's taken the time to find out from the treasurer. And I would assume that all this is happening all over in all the Cook County, road districts that we have, that the treasurer actually allocates this amount to the individual municipalities, and the municipalities actually spend that money on roads. And if they don't, how are we all on the hook as fiduciaries to put our name in the line and say, we know this is necessary, when we don't even know if they're spending money on the roads or if they're using it for some other purpose? And I'm not saying it's sinister, but I'm saying we don't know. So how do we answer that question without doing a FOIA and finding out where the treasurer, collected the money and who they're giving the money to?
It's on the treasure. It'll be on the treasurer's website, just when they allocated this money to the various municipalities. And if you go to, I read Desplain's budget, and there is line items in the budget for the road district money. It's in that 190 plus page budget, but it's there. So yeah, if you want to know just when the treasurer allocated that money to the various municipalities, it's on the treasurer's website.
And whether they're spending it indeed on roads, because otherwise they're supposed to return it to us.
If they don't appropriate it,
Right.
appropriating and spending, I mean, they have to appropriate it. And it's, as I said, I looked at Desplain's budget, and they do address in that budget this road district money.
Okay, well, that's what I've been asking Wally for, an accountability of the 775 as part of, because if we're asking for 2.6, I don't have a problem with the 1.9. We know we've spent that every year. We know we need that, roughly speaking.
Right.
I just have a problem with understanding whether in fact the extra 775.
Well, yeah.
But Trustee Sweeney, the only way you get,
How are we ever going to be able to tell the treasurer in 6 municipalities what to do?
No, well, it says that we're entitled to the money back if they don't appropriate it.
But
Do we know if they
did
appropriated it?
They're gonna use it.
Oh my God. Okay. So
Do we know that? I'm just asking how we know the question if we've never asked.
if it's in the budget, then that means they've appropriated. But to
How
answer
do you
your
know
previous,
that? Has that happened? I mean, if somebody can tell me that's
Roger's on
happened,
his plate. Maybe you should ask him.
I mean, if that's happened, great, show me it.
Okay.
I just
I know that Park Ridge appropriated it, but Roger?
comment on what Claire McKenzie or the trustee McKenzie said.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who's talking?
Well,
Wally,
yeah,
Yes, of course you.
you do realize that every year is a separate event. If you could have 18 inches of snow, or you can have, like we had this month, less than 1 inch with no no need to salt, no need to plow. You have to budget for, and this will be somebody else's problem in 5 months, but you have to budget for the worst. And this is the best. I hope it stays like this for the whole extra 3 months of winter. It's perfect. Less overtime, less salt, less truck damage. There's all kind of advantages not to have snow. And as of now, the early part of winter, we've been a beneficiary of that. It may last, it may be horrible in February or even March.
We could be New York.
Yeah, so you have to budget for a bad situation, not the best situation like we have now. And as I explained, there's going to be 165,000 for equipment. Right now, we have 100% on line item. We're going to have what, 90% spent before this fiscal year is over. There's plenty of examples where the money could be spent in the next 2 months, and that 42% doesn't account for the bills that were paid this month and approved. So it's worked so far, and yet we did spend, one time we did go over a couple of years ago. So it's not always hundreds of thousands of dollars under. So, you know, I don't think it's unreasonable. And as Harry Lynn sent in 2 emails, there's no reason or no obligation on my part to scrutinize 6 municipal audits or budgets. And it's, as Mr. Hobart said, it doesn't have to be proven that they spent it. It just has to be proven that they received it and appropriated it.
Reverse that, not received it, appropriated.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, maybe received it, but I want to point out, and going way back to Claire, something she said and Carrie Lynn answered. The reason that last language is so important, I think what Carrie Lynn was saying is that the certification is merely that it has to be raised by taxation. Not, right, Carrie Lynn? It's the taxation part.
Yeah,
What about the amount levied is necessary part?
but that part is, we don't have discretion under the township code. That amount is determined by the highway commissioner.
Yes, I mean, you're simply certifying that the amount necessary, as determined by the highway commissioner, is necessary to be raised by taxation.
If he went over 5.0 or illegally didn't have a truth in taxation hearing or some other bizarro, you know, situation, you know, and I actually do want to hear from Roger over here.
But may I?
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Carabota, you were ahead of Roger. 'Cause
Yeah, again,
tell you if Park Ridge appropriated money.
Again, the language that I have the problem with is section 4, it's one sentence. That the Board of Trustees does hereby certify that the amount levied herein is necessary to be raised by taxation for road purposes for the Maine Township Road District. That's what we're asked to certify. I have no problem certifying that the highway commissioner presents to the board that these monies are necessary. But the concerns that Trustee McKenzie have raised are the concerns I've raised before as well. Is that I don't believe that amount is necessary at this point for the tax for road purposes for Maine Township Road District.
Okay.
So what you're saying is, if the language is we don't have any say, if the certification is then that we are certifying that our highway commissioner presents that these monies are necessary for taxation, I have no problem with that. But I do have a problem with the language that is here that says, I am saying myself, I am concluding forget about Wally. That's what this language says. Wally, step aside. I am certifying that these monies are necessary to be hit on to the taxpayer for the road district roads. And I don't believe that that's correct. So I don't have a problem with the modification. But that's why I had a problem with it. I also raised that significantly when it came to the estimated levy, because I was objecting to the estimated levy because I did not believe that the amount levied is necessary to be raised by taxation for road purposes for the Maine Township Road District. I'm stepping in Wally's shoes. By this language, I'm stepping in Wally's shoes, and I'm putting myself in Wally's position, and I don't concur with that.
If I could respond.
So I'm saying, hang on a second. That's your second comment. There will be, I want everybody to understand, 2 comments each. Highway Commissioner Kazmierczak. Did you have, I thought Highway Commissioner Kazmierczak. Okay.
It was Robert Holden that wanted to speak.
Okay. Bob.
Yes, thank you. We have to read the levy in its entirety though. And if you go up before where the highway commissioner's signature is, it says amount to be levied was determined by the highway commissioner of the Maine Township Road District. So that's in there. Now, what are you certifying? You're certifying that the amount is that he's determined is necessary, that it's necessary to be raised by taxation. That's the only way that the money can be raised is through taxation. So that's what you're certifying to. You're not certifying to the amount. And let's also keep in mind that if we don't approve this, the levy as determined by the highway commissioner, then you're not going to see any revenue for the road district in the next fiscal year. And you're putting people at great risk. I mean, there's a great risk that the road district runs out of money during that year.
And to your point, as I was mentioning, I'm responding to him.
Mute him.
So I'm not certifying.
No, you don't get to respond. Like other people haven't even talked at all. Like,
So if I could just add, look, if this levy, if the numbers add up, if everything is in proper form, then this is what you need to certify so that the amount determined by the highway commissioner can be raised by taxation. So that's the difference, and that's really the only way that you can read this statute that it makes sense, where it says the township board shall levy the amount determined by the highway commissioner and certify to the county clerk the amount necessary to be raised by taxation for road purposes. The only way that makes sense is if you were to say, we don't agree with the amount, then you're rendering shall levy the amount determined by the highway commissioner completely immaterial. And that's not, as we know, that's not how you can interpret statutes. Every word has to have meaning. And this is a very common legislative scheme. Like, for instance, the Chicago City Council has to approve the amount that the Chicago School Board says this is what we need. This is the amount. And the city of Chicago the city council has to certify that. And there's a number of cases, and I set them forth in the letter I sent previously prior to the budget, where this legislative scheme has been upheld. So yeah, that's the amount's his, but it's your job to make sure. It's your job to make sure he gets the amount that he needs.
also, there's really 2 choices. You do it or you don't do it. And then, we might need to budget a lot of money for going to court for a declaratory judgment. Highway Commissioner Wally.
Okay. As far as this vast underage of actual expenditures versus proposed expenditures, I'm going to read the last 4 years. The actual budget for 215-16 was $1,937,000. The one from 216 to 17 was $1,836,000. The one 2017 to 18 was $2,081,000. For last year, it was $1,900,000. To say that there's these vast underages aren't correct.
Those were your
No,
budget.
consistent.
Those were not actual. That was your budget.
Budget act.
I think we've spent enough time on this.
It's not what you spent.
Okay.
What?
So, is a trustee who hasn't spoken twice.
I haven't spoken twice.
Yeah, you have. You're
I
done.
have not.
No, you're done. I'm sorry, I'm running the meeting. Trustee, and I'm sorry, Trustee Sweeney. I know, wait, Trustee Jones, Trustee Sweeney's going first because I finished in the middle of her question and then you. So I do recognize that, Trustee Sweeney.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go back to this paragraph again because, Mr. Hoban, it
But
says
it's
that the money,
something new. I mean, not again. Don't.
the money is to be used and expended for road purposes within the road district. That's the last part of the statute. So this notion, or I don't know if that's the right word to use. I don't mean to be insulting to say notion, but the comment that it just says to be appropriated, well, I just have a question. To be appropriated as though it's just budgeted doesn't make sense to me, because why would they want it to be spent within a year? And it says to be used and expended for road purposes right in the statute. So to me, I'm going to go back to my point that if we could show that this 775,000 was needed, we know that Wally needs about 1.9. I think Trustee McKenzie, Trustee Carabota, I don't know, Trustee Jones, we know that he spends about that amount. It's the other 775 that's not accounted for. And part of our job is to be accountable. And that's why Section 4 says that we have to make a determination that it's necessary. It's necessary for me to determine need when we don't even know if these 6 municipalities need the 775,000 and if they're actually using it and expending it for road district. Otherwise, they return it to Wally. Why are we levying? That's the question I need answered.
You're talking about the.
All right, but hang on, I'm gonna let Carrie Lynn speak for a minute, and then back to Hoban, and then to Kim.
So we don't have any accountability or authority with respect to the municipalities portions of this. And to think that municipalities have money sitting around, I don't know of any municipality in the state that does. Governor Pritzker just awarded $250 million earlier this year for funding for municipalities. They're losing the local government distributive fund. There's CARES Act money. They can hardly make ends meet. So
the question, are they using it? It says we're supposed to make the determination.
No, it doesn't say anything about you making a determination about the municipalities using it. It says if they haven't appropriated it, which means put it in their budget, they have to return it. Right. Nobody has returned any money to us.
That's the problem I have is why aren't we accountable? Why isn't there some accountability there? We're the municipalities for them.
Well, no, we're
levy.
Let her answer, please.
The municipal boards are responsible for their budgets and their levies and their expenditures. But not us. There's nothing in the statute that says we have to micromanage what the municipalities are doing.
Isn't the issue that they're supposed to give it back to us so we know it's spent on roads if it's not? I mean, because if we're not accountable, how do we know? It says
they have to give it back to us if they didn't use it. So if nobody gave it back to us, I've just never heard of a municipality with like excess revenue. I mean, we represent 60 of them. None of them are saying we have extra money.
It's never been accountable then. Nobody's accountable for it.
The municipal boards are responsible for their budgets and their levies. And when they do their budgets, they count on money from the highway commissioner in order to defray the cost, because for some of them, that's a significant portion. You have one of the trustees from Park Ridge here.
Yes, I've been talking with Roger about it. So I asked specifically, so let Roger talk.
It's my turn after.
It is Kimberly Jones's turn, and then it will be Roger.
It always amazes me.
Would everybody stop interrupting? I really did.
Can I
lay out ground rules?
Okay, just a minute. Those numbers I read were budget actual. They weren't proposed budget. That's what we spent for the fiscal year for the last 4 years. And they range from 1.836 million to 2,000,081. So that's the range for the last 4 years. So this isn't what I proposed. This is what was actually spent. So that's pretty accurate. you know, that's, if I'm asking for approximately what I'm getting is 1.9, that's within the range. All these are within the range. So it's not like I'm, you know, 700,000 short or 500, $500,000 short. They're within a very comfortable range from what I proposed.
Okay, trustee Jones.
Okay, we've heard from Carrie Lynn, who is our township attorney, and Mr. Hoban, who's a very, he's well-known in the field and considered an expert. And we've heard from our highway commissioner, who's expert. And I don't understand why over and over and over, there's been a pattern over the last 3.5 years when you ask the experts for their opinions and then you don't accept it. It's ridiculous. You don't know what you're talking about, Trustee Sweeney. You're not the highway commissioner and you're not that familiar. That's why we have these lawyers here who are giving us educated opinions and advice because they do know what they're talking about. And your job is not to argue and debate with them. It's to listen to them and hopefully accept their advice. And just once before you leave in May, it would be refreshing to see you actually take the advice of an expert without arguing your points, because most of the time you really have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, now, again, I did ask, let's not keep it, let's keep it not attack on a person. On an idea, yes, that is fine. So I am admonishing Trustee Joe, same I admonish Trustee Carabota, who, by the way, I'm muting you again, so you can unmute yourself all you want, but you both have had 2 times at the apple. Now, we do have a representative from.
Actually, I only had 1 time, Laura.
You're right. You did. Only have 1 time. So remember that if you need to come back to it. And I think it may be helpful to hear from Roger Schubert. I don't know. I don't know if he's a member of the Public Works or you know, I think he voted against the budget. So I don't know. I mean, that's not really. So Roger, I'm going to unmute you, or maybe you're not muted. Okay.
Yep.
So Roger, what I'm looking for you is not your opinion on to whether it's good or bad. I'm looking to know, did the city of Park Ridge have an appropriation for roads? And I know they did. I mean, I don't know how it can be said it didn't.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Marask. And just to add slightly more complexity to this from the City of Park Ridge standpoint, we actually get amounts from multiple townships. So it's not just Maine, we also get Leiden Township as well as Norwood Park Township. So I can't speak for the other municipalities within Maine Township, but we get them from 3 areas. I'll confess I'm not an expert on those percentages or amounts, but we certainly appropriate and use them for road projects and are dependent upon that in our budget, which I have approved over the full years I've been an alderman in Park Ridge.
I apologize. I thought you voted against the last one. I apologize. Okay. Now, the only person who has not commented twice, as Trustee Jones mentioned, is Trustee Jones. I think I commented. I mean, okay. Actually, I don't know. I'm going to make one comment here. And that's this. This is not really tough. The amount you've heard from Roger, you've heard from Hoban, you've heard from Carrie Lynn, you've heard from, you know, like you have to read in pari mutua, which I'm sorry for the big legal term here, but you gotta read the statute as a whole, not in piecemeal, whether you like it or not. And so, you know, the problem is that I think people are getting really hung up on this notion that, you know, it's somehow incumbent on us to go to each municipality and say, oh, municipality, did you appropriate? We know from that Des Plaines did. We know Park Ridge did. I know of, I think, 4 projects Park Ridge is doing. I might be wrong on the number, but there's a big project on Northwest Highway. There's a project on Greenwood. There's a project, I think, over by Maywood Estates. I'm not sure if I'm right. Wow, look at him. He's nodding at me. So, you know, 2 out of 6. So, you know, like, I think to get to what Wally needs is what, you know, like, that's why you really have to, like, go back to what what Claire and Carrie Lynn were talking about. The issue that you're certifying is this, that the only way to do it is by taxation, right? It won't raise the taxpayers' money. I mean, we've seen that over and over and over. Like, it has never done that. And so the 2 choices, and you know, this is, I'm going to use my 2 comments in one big comment. The 2 choices are really this: you approve it or you don't. And, you know, Wally is his own department. He can literally go to circuit court tomorrow or, you know, the next day for a temporary injunction. And because it's actually very clear, the case law is pretty clear on this. And I don't think Robert Hoban disagrees on this. I don't think Carrie Lynn disagrees on this. And so, like what he was saying, you cannot read just a section. Like the statute would not have surplusage, like anybody with statutory construction knowledge. You know, that is the case. So all we're being asked to certify is that it's necessary, that, you know, number one, it's necessary to do it by taxation. That's what we're being asked to certify. And this idea that you somehow think the highway commissioner is engaging in some skullduggery and that the municipalities are sitting around with loads of money is sort of a little bit, in my opinion only, wrong. So that's my long comment. And once again, if we don't pass this, there'll be a lot of litigation and that is unnecessary. It's been, so that's my comment. All right, the only one that has a comment left is Trustee Jones. Do you have any further comment?
No.
All right. Robert or Carrie Lynn?
No. The only thing I would say is I would address Trustee Sweeney's question earlier where she asked about the amount necessary, that she agreed that 1.9 million is necessary. But what I'd like her to consider is that the only way to get to that 1.9 is to pass this law. It's the only way to get to it for the residents of Maine Township. That's it.
Carrie Lynn, anything further you need to add?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So I'm going to call this question.
Trustee Marask,
Yes.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
I'm going to say yes, subject to and understanding that I have listened to the opinion of Wally's or the Road and Bridge attorney and Carrie Lynn. And it's my understanding that we are certifying that the levy has to come from taxation, but not that the amount is necessary. And reading the statute as a whole is allowing that to happen. And that if I may, I am going to say that Wally should be signing this, I guess Laura as chairman, and the clerk signs this. But I don't see why the Board of Trustees has to sign this if we don't really have a say in the amount. So I am willing to certify that the road and bridge levy must come from taxation, but I'm not going to agree to sign this ordinance as far as the amount.
Trustee Carabota,
Wait.
clarification on that?
Hang on. Yeah, no,
What does
hang
that
on.
mean?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
When we talked about the estimate, we agreed that we did not have to sign this. And now all of a sudden, we're certifying an amount. I know you keep saying that we're not, but the statute says we're certifying an amount. It's certify that the amount levied is necessary. So I am accepting
Taxation.
the expert's opinion, but I am not going to sign that the amount is necessary. I'm just certifying that the Road and Bridge Commissioner is saying that it's necessary from taxation. We have a surplus and the budget is more than the actual. So
Gee,
those are my reasons.
I've read the last quote.
I know, the only issue, hang on, the only issue is, doesn't it just get signed by like you and me? I don't think they need to sign it.
That's what I was under the opinion. That's what I'm saying is that I was.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they do. The certification thing goes in there, but I don't think they need to sign it.
Yeah. No, as long as they vote to pass the ordinance, there's no requirement that the entire board sign it. It just usually has to be signed by, I mean, you guys customarily have signed all of your ordinances and resolutions, but that's not required by law. So as long as the supervisor signs the ordinance, if the board votes to pass it, and then the certification for the ordinance, which you look at, if you look on the last page, it just has the signature and the clerk, of the supervisor and the clerk. That second to last page with all of the signature lines, we can take out of that as long as we have 3 votes, which it appears that we have at least.
The only issue I have, Carrie,
That was the case. I mean, we've never had this issue of well, we have it every year with this board, but we never had this issue where the supervisor or the trustees didn't want to sign it. So.
In my,
So they always just did. I don't know that, I don't think it's required. Mr. Attorney Holman, do you disagree with Attorney Kraftoffer?
I have concerns that because the statute says the township board shall certify to the county clerk the amount necessary to be raised by taxation. So it says the township board has to do it. So my concern is that the county gets the levy, and if it's not signed by the trustees, what are they going to do? Are they going to say, well, this isn't a proper, this is not certified. This says certified, but the trustees haven't signed it.
But the
So
language,
are we
but the
willing
language,
to take that risk? Are we willing to take the risk and say, you know what, maybe, because this does happen. We've seen clerks refuse to extend levies based on a defective levy. So are we willing to take that risk? I mean, again, as I read the ordinance, the way it's drafted, it says the amount levied was determined by the highway commissioner. You're certifying that the amount levied herein is necessary to be raised by taxation. So the amount necessary is determined by him is necessary to be raised by taxation. So my concern, Trustee McKenzie, is if you don't sign it, then there's a clerk at the county who might just say, it's not a proper levy. And do we want to take that risk?
there's nothing on here though, even as drafted, that requires them to sign. Because first of all, if they vote, if you have the affirmative, affirmative votes to pass it, section 4 says the Board of Trustees does hereby certify. So that language is in the ordinance. At the bottom, it says adopted pursuant to a roll call vote by the board as follows. It doesn't actually say they have to put their signatures in. So someone else could put in their signatures and how they voted. And then the certification is on the last page. If you look at there, the underlined chairman of the Board of Trustees. And so that's actually the supervisor, and then it's attested to by the clerk. So there's nothing that requires signatures from them as long as they're voting to approve it, which includes the certification.
That's how I read it, Bob, but you know, I understand your point.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna see the county clerk's gonna get an ordinance, Board of Trustees, no signatures. I think it's a.
I think, you know, for the certification, what they get is me certifying with Pete that the Board of Trustees passed it.
You could have the roll call vote on there, just not their signatures.
On the prior page though, with the Board of Trustees, when they say yay or nay? On that prior page?
The prior page doesn't go to them, and the only thing they get is the request, you know, we have them in the drawer right by you for years. So we've always done it, you know, in the days of Carol and Pryor and you know, because it was understood. I'm not that worried about the county clerk, but I don't want, you know, you're the expert, you know, Bob, in this area. So if you think they need to sign it,
Then they won't have the votes and it won't get passed. So I don't know why we're creating a problem actually. Because right now, when you look at that page of the ordinance, it says Board of Trustees, aye, nay, absent. We can type their names in and mark how they vote.
Oh, that's true.
We don't need, they don't have to, the clerk can put in their names. It doesn't
what I
have to
said,
be them
yeah.
signing it. Yeah, I mean, so I don't know.
see what you're saying, Pete. Okay, or Susie. Okay.
Okay. All right, moving on, Trustee Carabota.
How did Trustee McKenzie vote then?
No, Trustee Carabota doesn't have another speak.
We're voting. We're in the middle of the roll
What
call.
did Trustee
Boy,
McKenzie?
oh boy. First of all, I object to being muted. I'm expecting an apology for that. Second of all, I never
You're not
spoke a second.
getting an apology.
Second of all, I
I'm
never,
laying out the ground rules.
never spoke a second time.
Oh my God.
Third of all, because of provision section 4 and the way it's written, it has to be rewritten to be correct to say that it's our highway commissioner, that's certifying to the board that these are the monies he needs and that thus these monies are to be raised by tax. That's what the language is supposed to be. And I could have said that 25 minutes ago. But because I'm silenced, we have all this colloquy back and forth.
No,
My vote is no.
Okay.
Trustee
Thank you.
Sweeney.
Can I get clarification on trustee McKenzie's vote? Was that a yes?
As
Yes.
long as everybody understands just what trustee Carabota just said, that it's based on Wally certifying to us that that is the amount, and this is based on Wally's representation.
It's not what the
don't
language says.
I don't think the amount is necessary from taxation because we have a surplus and we are over budgeted. But if Wally is saying that he needs it, fine. I'm not certifying the amount. I'm certifying that it's requested from taxation or required by taxation based on Wally, because I have no other say according to everybody and all the experts.
I still don't understand that vote.
It's a yes vote. She's not signing. Trustee Sweeney.
I concur with what trustee McKenzie as well as trustee Carabota said. I'm going to vote no because section
Well,
4
she
says,
said yes.
pardon?
For
I know.
the record, trustee McKenzie's vote is a no vote. In
you're wrong.
my perspective.
So that's why I'm trying to clarify.
And I think we are just prolonging what will happen next year and the year after if we don't address this right now. In my opinion,
You're gonna saddle the next board.
what I'm saying, if I can finish my comment on why I'm voting no, it's because we don't need the money of 2.6. We need 1.9. We are asked to levy 2.6 to get 1.9 to give money to the municipalities, which I don't have a problem with if there was accountability on that end, that actually the money was spent on the road district. Because as I read the statute, and maybe the experts don't agree with me, I don't know, it says it is to be used and expended for road purposes. And that is under 605 ILCS 5-6 Step 507, and that is the last sentence of that statute. So I know I defer to the experts and you said it just can be appropriated. It doesn't have to be spent. But the way I read that last sentence, I'm just not comfortable not having any idea whether we actually need the 775,000 or if, as Mr. Hoban said, the only reason we need to levy 2.6 is to get 1.9. We're going to play this game for the next, every year. And we just have to guess that they get a certain amount less. And as I understood it before, they're supposed to get half of the road fund, not the permanent fund, the IMRF fund, and all the funds under the road district. They're getting a lot more than that. They get 775. Last year, our road fund was 1.2 of the 1.9. So they're getting a lot more than that. I don't take issue with that. I think it's great the municipalities get it if they spend it, but I think I believe in accountability, and I think there should be an audit and an accountability for that, which is why I included Chris in that discussion, as well as asked Wally to get the information from the treasurer. And I think it should be audited. I think it should be asked for and FOIA'd to understand what we pay to each municipality, and that we should ask the municipalities if that's what's spent. Then I'm comfortable with it, but right now I'm not.
So you're voting no.
Correct.
Okay. Trustee McKenzie voted yes. Trustee Carabota voted no.
Correct.
And so, have you asked my vote?
Yes, I called the roll. Yeah. Mhm.
All right. So
You and trustee Jones were both yes.
All right. So we're clear. The levy has passed. And
I don't concur with that, but that's the supervisor's interpretation.
It's literally what Claire's vote.
Does our attorney concur with that?
Concur with what?
Yes, trustee McKenzie voted yes with an understanding, that.
She wasn't
Right.
signing the paperwork.
Right, and that she didn't, with the whole language about the necessary, yes, but. So it got the 3 affirmative votes. And if the trustees don't want to sign it, the trustees don't have to sign it. The clerk can type in their names and vote and write in how they voted.
Now they voted.
No, I will sign it and I will vote no.
Whatever.
Supervisor Morass, could I see, I would like to see a copy of the final document that's going to
Well,
be submitted.
I
to
think
the-
that trust, I absolutely, but I think Wally is, right? Gonna like, you know, have to put that together, and then the certification page will have to get typed up, and then we'll just check off I nay, I nay, I nay. There's a space for my signature and a space for Wally. That's like the way I understand it. Am I correct, Wally?
Yeah.
Okay. And yes, of course you can see, there's a week before, you know, but we'd like it by, you know, considering that we'll be on.
No, I mean, I want to see the final version by tomorrow. I mean, I'm going to need to see that by.
Yeah. No, I agree. So Wally, can you do that?
Yeah. Why would it vary from what you have the latest tax levy?
I don't think it will.
In the board packet?
It is in the board, right. We're gonna see, okay, I'm holding it up. We're gonna check off, they're not gonna sign. We can type in their names and I will put aye or nay. And then it only gets signed, the only, like here, chairman, township clerk.
Again, I'm offering to sign, but that's, you know,
Yeah, but like, I don't know
I'm
that
prepared
we
to
have
sign.
time to get it over to you.
Can come
oh,
in
I'll
tomorrow
come
morning.
by. I'll come by.
Who's coming by where?
By the township and sign it.
Okay, but Wally, you have to arrange that with Wally, because
No,
he
I
doesn't
don't
work at the
The
town.
clerk holds onto this, so
I'm sorry?
the clerk holds onto this. So you go to the clerk's office and sign it.
Okay, excuse me for 1 minute. I just think we get a bottle of water.
Right, do you have the tax levy? Yeah,
I think that Carrie Lynn and Bob should talk to each other if they, I mean, I know Carrie Lynn is in the middle of like 18 election contests. So, you know, tomorrow is a very hectic day. I'm unavailable the entire day. I'm sure other people have the same amount of activity.
There weren't any amendments made to the ordinance, so it's going to look the same as it is. It's
It'll
just a
look
matter of,
exactly the same. It gets here, amount to be levied was, it says right there to make Claire feel better. Right there. Amount to be levied was determined by the highway commissioner of the Maine Township Road District. And then he signs that. I know you've got section 3. You got to read everything together. I'm not meaning to, you know, tell you, Claire, you know. And so, you know, pursuant to the roll call, you know, we have no problem typing in the names and putting your name, or Dave, you can come in and sign your name.
There we go.
I don't care.
Yeah, that I'll do tomorrow. Just if Dana or someone just give me the high sign when they want me there, it's fine.
Well,
Before 1 o'clock.
Before 1 o'clock is done.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Dana.
So, we are way behind. Okay. Next. Discussion and vote on general town fund and GA tax levy ordinance 2020-3. and I am making a motion to adopt, I just have to find it. Oh, I'm making a motion to adopt ordinance number 2020-3. Is there a second?
Second,
Having a motion and a second. Okay, this is now open for discussion. This is the original estimated that has a 15%.
Yeah, there were two in the board packet that were told that were labeled the same. So it's-
But it's not the two, Dana did you a favor and wrote up numbers that you wanted based
Well,
on.
So it's the one with 50% reduction in town fund and 50% reduction in GA that we just.
That's mine.
Yeah,
That's what
I
I'm.
just want to clarify for the people viewing.
Right, and I included another one that's 15% reduction in town funds and 0 levy in GA. So,
That was based on the comments of Dave and Susan.
right, so there, no levy at all in GA.
Right.
I have a
So,
question.
I am proposing the estimated one. I have Austin here for answering any questions. The town fund will be reduced 15%. Abatement is in our toolbox as always, and I will say that GA is the one department that has spent he sent me all his financials, will have spent 2% over their the budget. So going into, here's what I'm gonna say, and it's not gonna be long. Going into a completely unknown year, with a pandemic, with the most vulnerable and the people we are required. This is what the township is required to do. Is GA. Everything else you could you could toss out the door. Well, you couldn't toss the assessor in the highway department, or the clerk, sorry. But I'm saying, like Trustee Sweeney quotes Dillon's rule all the time. The GA is something we are required to do. So we're going into a completely unknown year. All my question was, would we be over in our reserve? We will not be over. We have not had any levy for, this will be the third year if it went by Trustee Sweeney. So we're not employing, Carrie Lynn can talk further to this later. It has nothing to do with the look back provision because we abated. Abating doesn't count. The original levy counts. So we are not considered to have levied 3 years of 0.
Right.
We are, however, practically speaking, we are. Because, and I pegged the number like without any calculation. I pegged the number like what we would be at in reserves at the end of the fiscal year. But so here's some unknowns. We have no idea. The vaccine, as you know, 2 different vaccines have been fast tracked and approved. The township is in tier 1C, okay, for vulnerable populations, many of which are included both in senior, but more so in GA. They would be in 1B. I do not know if we will be a vaccine center. I have no idea. In the past, and the reason I'm saying this is in the past, for years, we were a flu vaccine center. I've been on the board long enough, Wally's been on the board long enough to remember that. So those are the kinds of things, you know, I'm not comfortable leaving the next board with $300,000 left. I'm not. And I'm not comfortable as a matter of public policy to say to the most vulnerable people in our residents and our community that, yeah, you know, because a prior township, not township, department head, you know, raised whatever, which hasn't happened for years and that person is gone. And we have not received any revenue for 3 years. So for all those reasons, and particularly because we have abatement, if it becomes apparent that we don't need, after we get more guidance on the vaccine and we get more guidance on, but if you look at the GA, with 2 months left, there's 23%. That's like, he has absolutely, and Austin can speak more. I'm going to unmute you. He too came in off his time off to speak about this issue. Okay, Austin, I'm recognizing you.
Okay, hello, can everyone hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think obviously we've done pretty well on the budget this year, but it was an absolute mystery going in how everything was going to work out. I have some concerns about moving forward into next year with how many people have applied for unemployment and received it. That has, you know, unfortunately, we look at income per client per month to budget them on what benefits we give them. A lot of folks are receiving unemployment right now, which counts as income against it. So we have not been able to administer how much relief we would normally to clients. I think coupling that with the various forms of public aid in this pandemic, just to get to the point, I don't know how much more we're going to spend next year due to unemployment with all of our clients right now. Unemployment will eventually run out for folks. And when that happens and they have a hard time finding jobs, they're going to come to my department. And then I will have to administer more relief than normal to them. So my only concern is that it would be a really good thing to have some money to play with moving forward.
Well, I'd like you to speak to, you know, the numbers you sent me that showed that you have actually used the budget, that you know, all of LIHEAP has been like insane.
Sure.
And no, I mean, you need to tell the board because LIHEAP and GA applications and whatnot, as well as the unknown going forward. Now, we raised the emergency, what do you call it, Austin?
Emergency rent.
Yeah, to $350, but because we were shut down for 2 months, that's not going to reflect, right, in this year so much. Next year, you know, God willing, if this vaccine, you know, and we move back to normal. So anyway, that's what I'm proposing. I think that the town fund, I really don't care if you reduce it further, but I think 15% is perfect. So with all, I mean, going into an unknown year, that's my proposal. All right, now we are open to comments. Keep in mind, you get to. Anybody want to start? I mean, we have town fund as well, so. An assessor, Moylan Craig. I think I unmuted. Okay, okay, yeah. Assessor Moylan Craig.
But you had a zero levy for 3 years now on GA.
Yeah,
So
it doesn't count as a zero levy because when 2 of them are abated, that doesn't count as a zero levy.
okay. Well, I was thinking that that's what had happened in the last 2 years. So if you do it again this year,
Right.
will it have to go to referendum?
No, you don't. That's
okay.
First, Carrie Lynn, can you, I thought the same. I asked her from a legal question and a public policy question. Carrie Lynn.
Yes, it's under the limiting rate laws and it goes by the amount of the levy.
Right, not the amount of the abatement.
Okay.
So,
in other words, was levied last year and the year before at 0, and then
no, we didn't. We levied $413,000 last year.
Okay.
And the year before, and we abated it to 0. The effect was the same, which is why public policy wise, I think it would be crazy to have a 0% levy. But legally, I cannot say that it has the legal effect of, I asked that exact question, because it goes by what we levy in December, which I believe was Claire's point last year. And, the toolbox and the different things that, we have at our disposal. I don't want to speak for you, Claire, but you did say that last year, and I believe the year before. So, and actually, I think that's not a bad way to go, because, as you all know, and maybe some of the people joining us don't, the way the township code is, you do the levy first, and then the budget. It's very crazy. So, we're about to start our budget meetings. Okay, so Trustee Sweeney.
Okay, let me start by saying I'm prepared to accept your levy and withdraw mine. But I studied this long and hard and gave a lot of thought to the look back. So I want to explain, mention a couple of comments.
Okay.
I had asked about fund balances. Our fiscal year begins on March 1st. In looking at fund balances, I wanted to find out what we will have at the start of our fiscal years that's in the bank, in reserves, so that we know where we are relative to what our needs are. And in the town fund, Dana had provided us, we will start out the town fund with a balance of $6,914,008. And in GA, we will have $1,439,581. So what that means is
these are estimates.
That's the estimate, right? So if you look at what our GA budget has been, it was like 612,000. So we roughly will start out the fiscal year with 2.35 years in reserve, which is in GA, which is why originally I thought, why do we need to levy at all? The thing that took me back was when I looked hard at what this look back provision is and the effect that would have and the effect it would have on future boards. That's why. But I want to make a point of saying right now, we will start out, if Dana's number is correct as an estimate, we will have 2.35 years in reserve. that means more than 200% of what we need. So we could, I'm not suggesting that we cut back GA. I understand the concerns that you have, Supervisor Marask, and Austin has, and the unknown with the pandemic. And, you know, GA is our last source of revenue for people that don't get public aid. So, you know, we want to have some provision there. I was concerned because, not concerned, but I thought we have so much excess still, even with the abatement that we've had, that we could afford to do it, you know, to give some of that money and not levy for it, not tax people when they're hurting already. But I will comment on that in a second. And now I want to go to town fund, and then I want to explain what the look back was and my analysis there.
Sure.
For town fund, we will start out the fiscal year with roughly, according to Dana's numbers, almost $7 million, 6.9 million in reserves. Our typical spend is somewhere between 4.2 million to 4.4. Dana had said, you know, we've cut it back to 3.8, but you know, it's because it was during the pandemic. So you said, make sure we accommodate to have, you know, the budget that's closer to what we need. So we have about a year, 1.5 years worth of reserves in our budget in our reserves. So we could have spent, you know, more than 15%, you know, we could have cut down. I was prepared to cut down the levy another 600,000 or so, because we don't need it. But what stopped me from doing that, and why I concur with what Supervisor Marask has right now, is because the look back for this year, I know I asked for this information in writing and I didn't get it. So what I did do was spent several hours listening to Tanya, who spoke to us from the Cook County Clerk's office in 2019. And I also listened to Robert Porter. So last year, as you might recall, the look back, we looked back to 2016 as the highest of the previous 3 years. This year, we would have the right to look back to 2017 and levy that. But because we levied into Susan Kry's point in 2018 and 19, you know, we lowered it somewhat. You know, I didn't want future boards to be stuck with a number that's so low that we, you know, you'd only be able to levy 1.5%. You'd only be able to levy the CPI index or 5%, whichever is, you know, is the appropriate number, but not more than 5% of the original levy. I concur with your levy. So that's where I stand, because, and I could go through the numbers, but, you know.
Well, I appreciate it. I thank you. And I thank you for your analysis. The reason I couldn't answer your question, it was so broad, I probably should have just said, look at Tanya's.
Well,
I
it'd be
figured
nice
you
to have
would
that in
figure
writing.
that out, because like I had brought somebody there to discuss, well, Susan had brought her there. So it was such a broad question, like I couldn't answer it.
Well, in 2 years,
I believe, like, I don't know, she was stuck, I think, in election contests today, because she had said she was going to respond to your question. So.
But what if I can just finish my
But
thought?
I appreciate.
What I would suggest, because we do have such excess in reserves, but we don't want to penalize future years of not having, you know, because it's been reduced. I would think that I would recommend that we take and we spend out of reserves for our charity funding, instead of needing to budget for it, that we spend that out of reserves if we can, because we have such an excess in reserves.
I'm sorry, so that's gonna be like in a special meeting? I don't really have any problem with that.
Yeah, because at some point, we're gonna have too much again in GA reserves.
That's, I mean, my whole thing was to make sure that we weren't like violating a statute, right? That was really, you know, while at the same time, not saddling a future board and, you know, taking care of our most vulnerable people. So I do appreciate all your work, and we absolutely can discuss that. I mean, I don't see a problem. I don't really see that it would be like something that we have to legislate. In other words, are you saying that you would like, when we do the agency funding, which I'm gonna announce a special meeting January 19th? You know, are you saying,
I'm
because,
saying to address the overages that we have, which is excess money that's in reserves, both in GA and in town fund, we could spend some of that money
but
down.
it comes out of town
Budget for it, but spend it for, out of the reserve fund. And then we lower our budget.
So if I, can I just?
I don't really
quick comment?
understand
I think
that, but
it's-
I'm okay with it.
I
don't-
think actually that can be done, and I don't know if Carrie Lynn can comment on this. So years ago, and Laura, you remember, we used to have a line item called contingency fund.
Right.
And contingency fund, Trustee Sweeney, was like money that we had in reserves, and we got rid of it a few years ago.
Well, they,
And so we could probably do something like that, and I don't know, Carrie Lynn, if you can comment on that, but we could probably, put that back into the budget.
it's actually not a bad idea. You can put the reserves in the contingency.
Right.
And then use, because remember also, Dana, we had it coming out of Maine State.
Right. Right, and GA actually at one point had like 30,000 in contingency. Town fund had 100,000, and we had that for years. I
But
want to
the
say
agencies come out of town fund.
right. So there's a specific line item right in the budget that comes out of town fund, but
it can be contingency. I like that.
exactly. So we can put the contingency line item back in and take it out of there. And that really, I think, just pulls from reserves. So I think that's a great idea. So thank you, Trustee Sweeney.
And Carrie Lynn, I do believe that when we were doing budgeting last year and the year before, we had quite a few discussions.
Yeah, we just have to be careful with contingency though, because the tax rate objectors figure that funding is just not earmarked for funds. Like if you know that you want to use the money from reserves and put it into agency funding, just put it into a line item for that. I mean, you can have small amounts of contingency, but probably not the extent that you'd want to do for agency funding.
Yeah.
Okay. So
we
can actually, hang on, I just want to make sure, like, I want to do what you're saying. I think that's a very good idea. Trustee Smith. All right, so Carrie Lynn, what you're saying is it wouldn't make contingency. We would just actually mark it like reserves, like 500,000 or whatever. I don't know, how it gets like marked.
Yeah, if you want to use it for agency funding, just put it in agency funding.
Well, that's what we have now, except that would actually be counted in the budget. So how would it be pulled from reserves? How would that be different than what we have now? I think that's what we're asking.
That's what
you would just reduce the amount of your reserves and increase the amount in the budget for that.
Yeah, and reduce the budget. I mean, the problem we have is I think,
no, it's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, the concern I have is we still have too much in reserves, both in town fund and in GA, especially in GA.
We won't.
We have almost 2.5 years.
We won't.
It's 2.35 and we have 1.5 in town fund. So, unfortunately, we weren't held to this archaic look back situation where the levy was determined based on the last 3 years look back. That almost is punitive and penalizes us. And that's the problem I have, because if you get so low 3 years in a row, then you're going to be dealing with
That's what I was trying to explain to you.
million for the town.
Exactly.
Because of what happened in
I'm glad you researched that and did that.
And I'm very glad you researched that. And I couldn't answer your question because it was very broad.
It's just unfortunate because I just want to go on the record saying that it's a shame, because I don't believe in taxing when we have the money. We have the money. We don't need the money to tax. But in light of what's happened with this, the way they're going to allocate money to us and how they determine the levy, and I listened over and over to Tanya like 4 times, we would get screwed in 2 years from now if we didn't.
Exactly. You don't want to shortchange the people of Maine.
Right. And I think that's great. All right. So if Carrie Lynn agrees that we can figure out a way to do agency funding out of reserve. And I think she just said we could. Then, and you withdraw yours and are good with mine, then
Call to vote.
let's vote.
Does anyone else have comments?
Does anybody else, I mean, not to cut anybody else out, but does anybody have any comment?
My only comment would be to hear from trustee McKenzie, because it would be nice to have a unanimous vote. I'm reluctant with some of the analysis that I'm hearing, but if it would mean that we could have a unanimous vote here, it's something that I would be flexible with. But I'd like to hear from trustee McKenzie.
You're good. Trustee McKenzie.
I agree with Laura's proposal and Susan's analysis. If you remember, as Laura pointed out last year that we needed to consider and address how our levy this year is going to affect future years and our boards. And so I wholeheartedly agree with Laura's proposal.
Thank you. All right. Clerk Philanis, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Marask,
A wholehearted yes.
trustee Jones,
Yes.
Okay.
trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
Yes.
trustee Carabota,
Yes.
trustee Sweeney.
Yes.
All right. I need to have a round of applause here.
And that was a 50% reduction in GA and a 15% in town fund, so.
Right. So I think good work was done all the way around. And I do very much appreciate that you listened to Tanya. You know, I'm sorry that there were so many election contests today that, you know, honestly, I couldn't answer the question. I had like Zoom courts all day, so yeah, Zoom court, which Dave knows all about because. All right.
Oh yeah.
Next, right.
And thank you, Supervisor Morass, thank you for shepherding that through.
Thank you. I, you know, appreciate that. You know, I've gotten 2 thank yous tonight. Like, what?
Right.
And I appreciate that. Well, I really thought, I have to tell you, I thought very long and hard about this. You know, I don't want to have reserves and I don't want to tax the taxpayers. And at the same time, you know, we're going into a period where we don't have a, excuse my language, freaking clue. And, you know, I don't want to penalize the people that we, and I don't want to penalize future boards. So, moving on, we now have, and Mary Dixon is here. Austin, thank you very much. You can go back to your vacation. We appreciate you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
You too, Austin.
Thanks, Austin.
Merry Christmas, Austin.
Merry
Hey,
Christmas.
happy holidays to everyone.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Austin.
So I got a request last Wednesday, very late in the day, to put Mary Dixon on the agenda, which is why I moved agency funding. Because Mary Dixon has states that need some guidance here. Okay, so that was asked for by trustee Sweeney and Carabota. So the long and short of it is that the circuit court awarded trustee Craig the
Assessor. Right.
assessor Craig, I apologize.
Right.
Under the Williamson case.
No.
All right, well, I'll let you talk, but they awarded they reversed it.
Correct.
And
IMRF.
Right.
For people
well,
who don't
no,
know.
the circuit court.
Right, but I mean, just explain.
If I might just explain what happened, and I'm sorry, Supervisor Maraskin, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to see all of you again this evening. Just to bring you up to date, the IMRF had ruled that the assessor was to be terminated from IMRF as of August 31st, 2017, as a result of the Township Board's failure to recertify the position of assessor as being IMRF qualified. That was pursuant to an IMRF rule adopted in 2017. The assessor appealed the ruling of the IMRF board to the circuit court through the administrative review process. And we had quite a thoughtful discussion with the court relative to that. While Williamson is a Supreme Court case that the Assessors Council attempted to argue in ours, what the court really held was that the assessor had participation rights to IMRF under rules that preceded 2017's new IMRF rule adoption, and that the board's vote 2-3 to certify the position was not an affirmative vote that would be a vote that could interrupt her participation in IMRF. So simply based on both the IMRF's attempt to require a recertification process and then the manner in which the board determined not to certify, the court held that the contractual relationship between someone who has applied for a pension and the pension provision is such that to interrupt that participation right, it should be interrupted by an affirmative vote, not the nature of the vote that the board took. So as a result of that ruling, the assessor has been, or will be, if not already, returned to participation in IMRF effective August 31st, 2017. And I did speak with IMRF's counsel. If in fact the court had implicated the Williamson ruling, there may have been a reason for IMRF wanting to take that to the Illinois Supreme Court, because it touched on but did not implicate the Williamson court ruling. IMRF counsel has indicated that it will not be his recommendation to appeal. And actually, based on that, you have the right to appeal the ruling, but the ruling is so narrow and so applicable to the situation that we find ourselves in with our assessor that it is a decision of the board whether you would like to appeal that ruling or not. But at present, the way the ruling stands, it would return Ms. Cray to, it would reinstate her IMRF rights from August 31st, 2017 to May of 2019.
So thank you for that explanation. And so before I get into it, I want to know what your recommendation is. Because I think it's sort of nuts to appeal it. IMRF is not appealing.
I'm sorry?
I said IMRF is not appealing.
Right. And to tell you the truth, I think that I don't necessarily agree wholeheartedly with the reasoning of the court, but it was very thoughtful. And you know yourself, Supervisor Marask and Mr. Carabota, when you are before a court and they provide thoughtful reasons for their decision, we as attorneys might not agree, but you have to analyze the scope of the decision, the reliance on prior case law, and it would not be my recommendation to appeal.
We lost her video. Where'd you?
I have to apologize. I might have to switch to a different device. I came
back.
onto your meeting earlier and my battery is
I
running
know.
down.
Okay. So that's number one. So I
Yes.
agree with you. Because I remember when we started this, that I asked you how long and how much, and I know we couldn't and it went, I just think it's like you said, a very thoughtful decision.
It was. I'm gonna join you with my phone instead. So this is gonna be a little bit weird.
Oh God, with the phones, it never works.
Oh, well, let's hope it does.
All right, I just admitted you with the phone.
Okay. Now.
Oh boy.
I have to get rid of one or the other. Hold on a moment. I'm sorry.
Muted.
All right, I'm gonna unmute her.
There you go. Sorry,
All right.
my apologies.
No problem. All right, so question one, you've answered. That
Yes.
You do not think we should appeal.
Correct. Now, as to the second, and I appreciate your point, Supervisor Marask. From the beginning, you've questioned the cost and the time. Unfortunately, there was nothing we could do with the timing, because when you have 3 different attorneys and a court and COVID, the time, we can't be responsible for the time. And I think that it's been cost effective. I hope you agree if you analyze the bills.
I don't. I mean,
well, remember though, we've got another matter pending as well. So there have been 2 matters that have been pending. And the second matter is currently pending, and we're having a status with the hearing officer on that on the 29th.
All right, who's got the music?
I don't know. I don't know if that's.
Not
Can you turn this off? Just stop that for a moment. I'm running into electronic difficulties.
I know. It's the
And I'm so sorry. This is the age of Zoom. On the second case, that is a case in which, if you guys will all remember, IMRF changed the rules on the same day that it ruled in favor of the township relative to terminating Miss Cray from IMRF. The IMRF had changed its rules to allow her once again to participate if she followed the new rules. And I did have a communication with IMRF counsel about that. And as to that, he and I have to agree with him. If Miss Cray was never terminated from IMRF, this new board resolution 2019-0509D doesn't apply to her. So as to that, it does not apply. What is open for contention in that hearing still is the effect of the board's resolution, which was adopted in the summer of 2019 to terminate the position from IMRF participation. That remains an open issue. So if you would like to talk about that more, I think that that does fall within the line of attorney-client privilege. You can certainly go into an executive session to discuss that. We don't have to make a decision on that this evening.
I thought we did, because you have a December 29th hearing date.
The December 29th is a status date to report to the hearing officer what our intent to proceed is.
Well, I would like to point out that it has cost the taxpayers $50,506.80. Most of which is prior to COVID. And then we had the COVID issue. And I know that when we were in the, back, which I had asked you out front. I know that trustee Carabota had only wanted to go to IMRF, but another trustee wanted to try circuit court as well. That's fine. But the IMRF, I mean, I think what you're saying is a really, like, at the time she was terminated. So you're recommending to go forward with that?
It's a decision of the board because
No, I
if
want your
you,
I'm asking
Right.
your recommendation.
yes, I think that the vote of the board in the summer of 2019 was to terminate the position of assessor from IMRF participation. That is an open question. That could still be resolved before the IMRF. As of the vote of the board in the summer of 2019, your vote was to terminate. And I believe that the board's current action, which isn't before IMRF, is to terminate IMRF participation. So really, it's a legislative decision. I would say, I think you still
No,
have.
it's an IMR, it's a decision whether, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, whether IMRF can follow their own rules, whether the administrative agency can follow their own rules.
And if they, in my opinion, would be if IMRF follows its own rules, your board adopted resolution 2019-6 on June 25th of 2019, in which the board determined that the position of assessor not be IMRF eligible any longer. And the IMRF has not responded to that resolution.
No, they did. They changed literally the same day. They made a different rule.
No,
Right.
no, you're, I'm sorry, but you're being confused here.
Yeah, that was,
The-
I'm not.
no, they changed the rule in May. June was what,
They, right, the
Right.
IMRF changed the rule in May.
Right.
In June, you adopted Township Resolution 2019-6.
yep.
And in your resolution 2019-6, the board voted 3-2 to remove the position of assessor from IMRF qualification. So that is an issue, and it could be litigated. But at the end of the day, this is a legislative determination of the board.
And the reason here's my thought, and it has nothing to do, I mean, I'm not running with, nothing to do with her. It doesn't matter. It's like the one in the circuit court, she vested. So really, it's like spending all of the fiduciaries here, spending more money to have yet another hearing in IMRF for there's no question that she was, that they voted to not recertify, and that was overturned, right? We agree on that.
The IMRF decision was overturned, yes.
Correct. And then they changed their rules.
Well,
correct?
they changed the rule before, they changed the rule back in 2019.
Right.
Right.
No, I think we're talking the same thing. I'm tracking the same day the hearing officer came out with his original thing, right? Was the same day that IMRF changed the rule.
Correct. IMRF
We're talking about your current hearing.
Right. They reversed it.
voted to terminate Ms. Cray's participation in IMRF. And on the same meeting that it voted to terminate her participation, IMRF changed the rules to allow a new method for Ms. Cray to participate again.
Right. Going forward. 2019 going forward, which really
Correct.
doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. So as I have said before, and I'm going to say for the public, we've spent more in attorney's fees than trust or assessor Craig would be getting in a pension. And it's already vested. With the 2 years getting in there. So the going forward is sort of a doesn't matter. Like, I think it's just, I mean, the board can do whatever it wants. You know, I understand why you may want to keep going, but you know, the fact that $58,506.80 when it was originally estimated at 15,000, and you know, like she's gonna get paid back. I mean, it's a running credit with IMRF, so but I don't know what's the benefit to the taxpayers for whom they are fiduciaries. And it seems, and I mean no disrespect, that, you know, maybe you have some, you know, something with like with IMRF, you know, that's your area of, but I just don't know how it benefits us as a board.
I have to say, I don't understand what you're implying.
I'm not implying
I
anything else.
want you to know though, because I think that there's an
before.
I was engaged to represent the township.
Well, I'm sorry, that was illegal in my opinion, but you know, whatever.
But the board hired me and I've represented the will of the board. I don't have anything with IMRF. I have taken the facts as they've been presented. I've done what a good lawyer should do, which you should know, Ms. Marask, which is apply the facts to the law. And I've made the best case I can on behalf of my client. I'm not doing this because I have a personal stake in the matter and I don't know the assessor.
I don't mean that you have a personal stake. I meant that it might be an interesting IMRF issue, you know, for the future. Like, you know, I do administrative board work, so that's all I meant. Not that you personally have a personal stake. Well, obviously you do. In terms of you make money. So
that is not why we practice law. We practice law to represent our clients.
But the fact remains, I am charged with, you know, as we all are, with doing what's best for our residents.
And I've said it's a legislative decision.
Okay.
So you've given your opinion, and you know, I'm sorry, you seem to be a little bit, you know, if the Williamson County was so, I do have a question for you. If the Williamson County was so unimportant, I mean, it appears on your billing to review.
Exactly, because Ms. Cray's attorney, we had completely briefed the matter before the circuit court. We were set to go to hearing. Ms. Cray's attorney, rightly so, he's a very good attorney. There was a new opinion that came out of the Illinois Supreme Court. Mr. Ockel wanted to bring that opinion to the attention of the court. And the court, as you know, always allows all of the parties to weigh in on the applicability of the case to the pending matter. And so it was Ms. Cray's attorney who called for both the IMRF and myself to present argument to the court as to the applicability of Williamson in this case. Personally, as I argued, the facts at issue in Williamson are completely at odds with the facts at issue in Maine Township. And that is why I think that the court did not spend much time on Williamson. Instead, the court examined the IMRF rules in play at the time Ms. Cray became an IMRF member and applied those rules to the case. So you will see billing from me relative to Williamson, but it was prompted by pleadings submitted by Ms. Cray's attorney.
Okay.
Okay, may I say something?
Yes, trustee Jones.
Are we planning to,
I couldn't hear you.
or we just vote on the necessity to continue this?
Well, I
It's getting
think what
kind of
Mary's
late, and
saying
I
is
think
we need to go into closed session. I think.
Why can't we just
Why?
take
We
a
can-
vote
we
on
can
whether or
vote.
not we have any appetite to continue this?
Okay, I'm happy to take a vote. You know, if members of this board want to continue this, they can say so in public. I thought Mary Dixon said something about if further questions, there would be needed closed session. I apologize if you didn't say that.
It's whether you go into an executive session is at the will of the board. So if you would like to discuss it further in executive session, we can. You don't have to. And the hearing next week.
Rather than it not be. I mean, we've never in all this COVID time gone into executive session.
If I could be heard, but.
Trustee Carabella.
Just to get a clarification from Attorney Dixon, I think you're doing an excellent job. I've been following the case along. Thank you very much. And again, if there's any suggestion at all of any impropriety or any selfish motivation you have, other than zealously representing your client to the fullest extent of the law and within the confines of the rules that we have to abide by, I apologize for that, because I hope that's not out there. Your recommendation is that we don't handle the appeal in the first matter, but that in the case itself, we go forward with the pending case.
It's, yes, as to whether you go forward with the pending case or not, that, as I've said, is a legislative determination predicated on, as Supervisor Raskis said, it does come down to a decision for the board. I know that the majority of the board has long not wanted the position of assessor to be IMRF eligible. I believe the board has made that determination for the next assessor. If that is the case.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Trustee Cry, our Assessor Cry will be the next assessor.
I don't know that that matters.
No, well, you just said it goes to the next assessor, so.
The position of assessor has been deemed not IMRF eligible.
All of them were deemed not eligible. All of them were deemed not IMRF eligible.
Now,
so the question is, if there is not going to be IMRF eligibility as of 2021, now you're essentially going to be fighting over 2019 to 2021. And that's a legislative decision. That's not, I do think IMRF sidestepped the issue that was raised by the board's 2019-7 resolution. But do you want to continue that fight, or do you want to decide going forward in 2021, if in fact the position is no longer IMRF eligible, that you're satisfied with that?
Well, I would then respectfully make a motion that we do not go forward on the appeal, but we go forward on the pending case.
And
That
I
would be my motion.
Second it.
respectfully amend that motion to say that we not go forward on anything.
I
Because
second that.
I think that it's really bad for the taxpayers. It won't be, none of us will be on this board, as far as I know. I mean, none of the people that did this will be on this board. So again, you know,
I move to call the vote
we have
on your,
to vote on the amendment first.
right, let's move on to vote the amendment.
Well, thank you for running the meeting.
Oh, it's just that it's 10:15 at night and I don't mind it for the taxpayers, but this is going on way too long.
Well, okay.
That's
but
what
I-
caused Miss
okay.
Dixon's battery to run out.
Is it way I could just get
I'm
clarification?
so sorry. Keep charging, just keep charging.
Mary, can I just ask a question? On the appeal that we lost, or I say that, I voted,
Right.
obviously, to not have pensions and
I
thought
mean,
I
like you have, like you
voting
have.
affirmatively by not, by making a call and not getting that vote to deem the position as eligible. My just a question I have is, are you saying because the appellate court wouldn't view it differently, that's the reason why we wouldn't go further on that? Or I just want clarification from you.
It is a question for the appellate court. And, I can only give you the best advice I have based with the facts that I have and an understanding of the court's decision. The appellate court could certainly find in favor of IMRF and overturn the circuit court's decision. That happens a lot. It happens enough. In this case, I thought that the
Wow,
court's.
you're really lucky.
Sorry?
Really?
I say all here, huh?
You're very lucky.
The court had a very well-reasoned opinion. And actually, if you would like to see it, a transcript will be available. You don't have to make the decision tonight as to whether you want to appeal or not. You can read it for yourselves. But it was a narrow ruling. She made sure that it was narrow. And her ruling was founded on Illinois law that does protect the rights of an individual to a pension. And so based, on my analysis of her ruling and knowing, you are, the fiduciaries. And I think that there is a very strong desire to do what is right for taxpayers. And at least as to that, I think that the judge's ruling, while I don't agree with it, I think it was well reasoned.
I call the vote.
I'd like to comment.
Christine Jones.
So what I'm hearing from you, Mary, is you'd be willing to go forward, but you're really not recommending it because you agree, you don't agree with the judge necessarily, but you thought it was a well-reasoned decision. And, IMRF kind of is not going to appeal. So it's kind of.
I don't want to make the decision for the IMRF board because it's their decision. I did talk to their attorney and I believe it's fair to say that his recommendation will be not to appeal the ruling on the 2017 IMRF decision.
Right. So based on your expertise and analysis and based on the fact that, we have spent considerably, more than 3 times the amount of money on this than we initially had anticipated. And it took probably 3 times as long, not, finding fault with anybody. I think you're right. I agree with you. I don't think that there's any reason to go forward with any appeal. So
at the same time, all I'm saying is that we should do the vote on both. I think the same analysis is going to apply, having done administrative law, to whether the IMRF has the legislative Well, I'm sorry, not legislative, whether they have the ability to follow their own rules. And on that one, you're gonna be aligned against them, am I correct?
Correct.
That's not our attorney's recommendation.
I understand. And I'm trying to find out why that's the case. She said it was your guys' decision. She didn't want to make a recommendation.
Right. It's a legislative decision.
Right.
I do think, I guess the only thing I can say again is in the staff decision relative to 2019, even if you get past whether there were irregularities in signing the assessor up for IMRF again or not, the fact is that IMRF staff completely ignored in its analysis the decision that the board made legislatively, an affirmative decision that the board made legislatively in the summer of 2019, that the position of assessor not be IMRF eligible. But it's a legislative decision at this point.
Mary, I agree with you. That's all I'm saying. I mean, the woman who started out, like Laura Moran should provide this, then wrote an opinion that was, we had every right to do this, to create this rule. It was totally fine. We're not, so I just think it's like a high hurdle. And I'm not saying you're not up to the challenge. And to the extent you thought I was saying anything bad about you, I wasn't. I was saying, every attorney, I want this. I'll say it openly.
What the
Call the vote.
Yeah, it's called a vote.
So I want to know if, well, first of all, we're voting on the amendment.
Correct.
Okay. The amendment is to not continue with anything. And
That's her amendment.
that is my amendment.
Right.
Exactly. Clerk
I
Giuliana.
think Trustee Carabota made the first motion though.
I
amended
did.
it.
Okay, and you amended it. Okay. Gotcha.
Supervisor Marask,
Yeah.
Trustee Jones,
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie,
No.
Trustee Carabota,
No,
Trustee Sweeney.
No.
move to hear a vote on my motion.
That's great.
Is that seconded by Claire or I'll second it?
Excuse me.
It was
but
already second. It was
that
already second.
Outburst should not be allowed.
Who made the outburst?
Ms. Cray.
In Moylan Cry.
Yeah, Ms. Cray. Let's have the vote.
No, I'm sorry. I have a couple more discussions.
I do not appreciate that.
How many times do you get to speak? Miss-
Hey,
I got one.
hey, you know what?
already.
No, you have been
Not nice.
speaking way
Very
more
not
than
nice.
twice.
I'm
And
sorry.
Susan Moylan Cry should not be allowed to speak at all during this.
What?
Okay.
Yes, that's
That-
correct.
Oh,
And the
just,
board.
you know what?
Then
Not very nice.
like
You're not a nice
insane.
person.
I'm sorry. That's it.
I'm a very nice person.
Okay, guys, stop it. We were
Oh.
doing really well. No, Dave, you stop running the meeting. Okay. And secondly, I want to make clear that, so your guys are voting, like, what are we voting on? What is your
You're
motion?
voting on my motion, which is we don't go ahead with the appeal, but we do go forward on the case. That was seconded, clarified, and I'm calling the
I
vote.
have a question of the attorney. Hang on. Mary, does that involve, wouldn't you have to order the transcript that you didn't order?
That it is not required.
I would amend Dave's and add that we would like the transcript added, please.
Do you mind if we listen to the answer before you interrupt again?
Sorry about that.
The transcript has been ordered by Ms. Cry's attorney. It is going to be made available to the hearing officer prior to the hearing if it's available at that time. And whether the transcript is interesting because of some of what the court said, but it's not mandatory that the hearing officer have that transcript. The hearing, the session with the hearing officer next week is status, so that the parties can say what they believe. One, it offers all of us the opportunity to talk about what happened in the circuit court, but also it allows the attorneys to say whether we need to have an evidentiary hearing or if we can go forward on issues of law.
Which would be, what would be the issues of law?
Well, the issues of law have to do with the effect of the board's legislative determination pursuant to its own resolution. It's an affirmative declaration, which seemed to be what the court wanted, or the court implied would be beneficial, the declaration that the position is not IMRF qualified. So that is the, that is the legal. Now to facts, the assessor's attorney has submitted factual evidence, which we have questioned in the past. So there would be a determination as to whether we would need any type of evidentiary hearing on the evidence that has been submitted.
All right, so just so I'm clear, given that now this would occur in IMRF headquarters, I mean by Zoom, right?
Yeah, I believe that they are handling, I know our hearing with the hearing officer is via Zoom.
Okay. And so I know I really hate to ask you because, it's like incredibly difficult. I mean, so this could basically, go to like past this board.
There is that possibility, yes.
Okay. And you can't estimate it, you can't estimate costs at all.
Not at this point, only because I think, to be fair, Supervisor Marask, and trustees and Ms. Moylan Cray, to the extent you're listening still too, I think we'll know better what is happening on the 29th at our hearing, because we'll be able to get a sense. If the board chooses to go forward, any decision the board makes can always be amended. You could say today, we don't want to appeal, but let's go forward and see what happens on Tuesday. And then we talk to the hearing officer, we get a sense of where the hearing officer thinks the case is going to go. I can report to the board again.
But I don't mean, and I mean no insult. Again, that's more money. That we're spending.
Litigate.
By virtue of it, obviously.
Any litigation, if you're engaging an attorney, is going to cost.
Of course.
Right.
Okay, we can call, you've really clarified for me. I think Trustee Jones has one final.
I just have
your second and final comment, Trustee Jones.
Okay, I just have a question. If we've already voted as a board not to allow anybody to take IMRF in the future, what would be the point of going on? It seems kind of.
Actually, that's a good question.
None of the officials can take IMRF in future boards, and we've kind of come this far. IMRF is leaning, or you anticipate them not to appeal, and we've lost this case. So I'm not really sure what exactly would be the benefit of going forward when nobody can take IMRF in the future anyway. That's already been decided.
I did put that in the compensation ordinance as a,
Yeah, we didn't remain silent on that like was suggested. We did put the language in, which thank goodness it's an affirmative act.
Wasn't
So I'd call the vote.
But I would like the answer.
She didn't get her
The answer has to come from Susan.
She asked Mary.
Because she's the one that wants to continue to get the pension.
No, I'm not talking, no, this is Trustee Jones asking Mary Dixon the question.
But I've said it's a legislative decision.
Yeah, I know, but I understand that. It's a legislative decision, but what would be the benefit? I mean, future officials cannot take the pension. We've lost the case in effect. And IMRF is, we believe, or you believe, based on talking to their attorney, they're not going to appeal. So I know it's a legislative decision, but I would like, as a part of the legislature, to know what the benefit would be in continuing this. I mean, it's kind of like beating a dead horse. I mean,
decision, but I suppose here it is. You made a decision in 29, not you, Trustee Jones, you were against it. But the board voted in June of 2019 to terminate the participation of the assessor in IMRF. And IMRF has not acknowledged that termination. As we sit here, they have never acknowledged that termination. The assessor remains an IMRF eligible employee, a participating employee today.
Right, until January, until the end of her term, January 2022.
Right.
Against our legislative.
At which point she will not be able to do so.
So I guess,
that's her term, Trustee Sweeney. Like that's her.
I mean, unless
the
you're just
term
talking
is a
about
year, different than everybody else.
I just don't see the cost benefit of continuing and getting more legal fees when everything's sort of
I think that's a
resolving
third.
itself. You know,
I think that's a third comment, I
excuse
think.
me, I'm
It is,
speaking,
no, actually Dave's agreeing with you, Kim.
but it's the same question.
No, he's agreeing with you.
No, he's saying I spoke 3 times.
No, he said it's a fair comment.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I thought you said.
No,
it was-
I said that you're speaking for the third time, repeating what you said before. And I'm thinking we should get this done now.
He wasn't agreeing.
I apologize. I thought he, as a lawyer, saw the, anyways, Clerk Galamas, you can call the roll.
Gladly. Supervisor Maraska.
Oh, absolutely not.
Trustee Jones.
No, I appreciate the work, but that Mary did, but I do not see any cost benefit or benefit to the taxpayers whatsoever in continuing this. So I would have to say no.
Trustee McKenzie.
Yes, there's an obvious cost benefit because we're talking about 2 additional years at issue and it's a pending matter and we're following the advisor, expert, and our attorney's recommendations.
She recommended not to.
She didn't.
Trustee Carabota.
I would concur with the comments of Trustee McKenzie and add that we don't want to set precedent where we go ahead and we make a legislative decision and then walk away from it and allow it to be improperly ignored. So I supplement that, and based on that, I vote a yes.
Trustee Sweeney.
I would concur with what Trustee McKenzie said and was just about to add what Trustee Carabota said. We made a legislative decision. We need to honor our legislative decisions and, not just ignore this and reinstate pension when it's not been approved.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
That's a yes. So just to clarify, Trustee Sweeney, like, we're not appealing the reinstatement. Okay.
I'm just saying, from the get, we made a decision in 2017.
But we're not appealing it. That was part of his.
I understand that. I'm just saying from 2017, we made a legislative decision.
Right, but okay. So I just want to make sure you get that. Okay. So so we're all clear. The motion by the 3 trustees to keep this case alive has been passed. All right.
And if I could, after the hearing, I will know better, Supervisor Maraska and trustees, and I will certainly apprise you of the status before the hearing officer. And, as I said, the decision is always subject to evaluation as we progress. So, there's never a decision, as you know, relative to litigation that is cast in stone. And I will continue to advise the board. And thank you, Trustee Jones, for your.
One question on that.
Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can I just have one final question based on that? In my administrative, I'm doing a chancery appeal right now. So you say like it can always be changed, but
Your position, you can, up until the moment of ruling, the parties can always make some settlement or make some change in their position.
oh, if the other side is willing to do, yeah, sure.
You never know.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so much.
Thank you, Attorney Mary Dixon.
Holiday to you all.
You too.
Merry
Happy
Christmas to you.
holiday.
Bye. All right, next on the agenda is officials reports.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to leave. I have to help my husband. So,
Okay.
happy holidays.
Merry Christmas to you and Ryan.
Holidays.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
As
Merry
good a
Christmas.
holiday, stay safe.
Thank you, you
And
too.
I am going to make a motion to not have officials reports.
Okay, bye,
Second.
everyone.
Bye.
Hi, Claire.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Does everybody agree to that?
With the exception of me thanking Joe at Pesci's for the selection of my Christmas tree this year. This is not my taste, and he did a great job. He makes me look really good. So thank you, Joe at Pesci's.
I don't know what that has to do with the township. but-
No. All right.
Part
So
of the township.
besides that, are we agreed?
Agreed.
All right, good. And am I correct to assume that Dana has nothing further to add other than we have done a bang up job of handing out hams and pies donated and oh, I'm sorry, let me unmute. So I really do want to thank the staff there, and
Can I just really quick, 10 seconds. I know it's Christmas. I have to get everyone's signature on the levy. It does have to be in Cook County's hands on the 29th. So I promise I won't ring your bell on actual Christmas, but it might be tomorrow or Monday.
Well, we just determined you don't need it on the highway one. So
no, but we need it on town fund and GA. So I'm going to me or Mike will be knocking on your door tomorrow or the 28th. So,
And I'll be there before 1 tomorrow.
or you can stop by.
Okay.
yeah, because right, we would like to file that, if we can before we close at 1 o'clock Wednesday.
Yeah.
And what about the agency funding?
That that is, I am going to call a special meeting for Tuesday, January 19th. Oh, by the way, the attorney just told me the signatures are not required on any of the levies. Carrie Lynn, you want to tell Dana that?
Oh, really?
It's the same thing that we discussed during the highway levy. It's only the supervisor and the clerk. I mean, if people want to sign them and it's easy and convenient, that's fine, but otherwise, there's not even a signature line for them. Their names and votes just have to be filled in.
Okay, perfect. Never mind then.
Right, which
Even
makes
better.
it a lot easier. We can just freaking file the damn thing.
Okay, thank you.
Like the names and votes will be on there?
Yes, and of course.
So yeah, you have the document. It's the same document you have in front of you. It doesn't require signatures. It just lists the names and the votes.
It's the same document, and of course, we'll put it on the web. Rich will put it on the website.
Well, we'll also send it to you.
Right.
So you can see there was no whatever skullduggery.
I mean, I can send it to you electronically if you want, but we'll have it on the website too.
It was unanimous for the town and GA. And then you're not signing anything on the road and bridge. It's going to be just nay, nay. I mean, I know Dave wants to come in and say.
Yeah, I'll probably come in. It's got to be before 1 tomorrow. Did you say?
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Right. So that would be, that's fine. Just let Dana know you have her cell, right? Or the, because the front desk Carol's off. Like, so,
We have someone at the front door, so
yeah.
someone will be there.
John Bennett will be at the front door or somebody.
Someone will be there.
Yeah. And I like your haircut, by the way. Susan. Okay, so yes, I was going to have a special meeting January 19th, the day after the Martin Luther King holiday. I found out, I did not know this is not a report. This is information you probably need. You know, we've always, it helps to really ask why we've always done something. So the reason I was able to move, can you imagine having to do that tonight? The reason I was able to move that is I found out it was really more for, well, let me put it this way. Because Rich said, well, the agencies need time to have their board meetings and accept our funding. Well, there's no agency that's not going to accept our funding, number one. And number two, so we could do the regular board meeting, but to accommodate Rich and the agencies, that's why, the January 19th is the date I picked. So.
Can you go back to that and explain why can't we do it during a regular board meeting?
Well, I think we could, Rich.
We have so many meetings.
Yeah, let me
It'd be so cool if we could.
I think we should.
I'm with you. 100. Do you think I want to have another meeting? Rich, why don't you explain this? I unmuted you.
Regular board meeting, it's the difference of a week. The reason we typically pass them in December is because there's a process of returning paperwork and the agencies have to have their boards pass resolutions accepting funding. So a week is not going to make a difference. So if you want to do it through the regular board meeting in January, that's fine.
Okay, then let's just do that. If it's fine,
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. Or was that?
Thank you, Dana.
I was trying to remember, did we talk about December 28th for that originally? Is that what was once? I was trying to remember if there was a December 28th day we have. No? Okay, I just.
Don't give anybody any ideas.
I just am saying.
That's a lottery. That's a different thing.
Okay, it wasn't anything.
That's a different date. Yeah, excellent. I'm thrilled that we don't need, and so is Dana. We are very thrilled.
FYI, or question on that front, I'm hoping we just go ahead and do what we've done, which is averages, because it seems like we get into this discussion, like we've made our decisions.
Well, no, that's the point.
Well, I've never understood why we get into this hashing over and changing things by 2,000 or 3,000 when we've all submitted what we have thought to be.
Well, actually, there is a trustee who hasn't,
but once we do.
Because that's the point of discussion, to talk things over.
Right. That's the process. I'm not, that's like, we do a motion, the press, and we do a motion.
I've never really understood that. It's like we make the determination.
Well, some of it is because like we can't do an agency that somebody wanted to do. You know what I mean? Or, that agency makes $25 million or, whatever. So it's like Dave said, it's 10:30 at night. Let's
Right.
discuss it, January.
Okay,
Come on, 16 more minutes. We'll hit 11 o'clock.
yeah.
Hey, if I
Let's
had
go,
kept
let's go.
wait, had I kept
I'm glad we
agency
got the agency thing
funding,
at the end of
you
January.
would have been
Good.
here till midnight.
That's good.
So,
I'll make a motion to adjourn if you'd like.
yeah.
Second.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, all right. And I am going to have no roll call. I'm going to say all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Good night. Merry Christmas to
Thanks.
everybody.
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.